All right. Well, and the figures. I was just like, I don't know when they're gonna release this new Unearthed Arcana. I said, you know what? I'll wait. Let me go jump in the shower real quick. I'll get ready to go. And of course, like the second I jump in the shower is the second they release the Unearthed Arcana. So 10 a.m. Eastern time possibly seems to be the time. I'm not sure. Also, good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I have not looked at it at all. The UA is live. I'm going to go through the process of how to get it, and then we're going to go through it together. Again, I have not looked at anything yet. We will see what goes on here in just a bit. I just wanted to say, one, thank you to everybody who subscribed. You can see that jumper jumped up to 98.4 already. So if you're watching as part of this live stream, which would be wild if all of you that will ultimately end up watching are not subscribed, and you all did, that number would just fly through the roof. But anyway, consider subscribing if you haven't already. Also, if you're watching this later on YouTube as a video, as opposed to the live stream, hi YouTube. No, I'm not gonna catch cold. It's fine. I just jumped in the shower. I'm in my basement is this studio is so insulated. My computer heats the whole room. Not to mention the fact that there is heating in here. So one thing I just wanted to check real quick is something to see if this works. Nope. Okay, cool. Well, Stream Elements, you're failing me. All right. Anyway, let us go and dive in. So if we go here, we're at D&D Beyond. We're going to go to Sources, 1 D&D. And then we can see here we have Character Origins, which is what we had. And then we have Expert Classes, which is right here. It says Feedback Survey opens on October 20th. So we know we're going to have a little less than a month to review this. So we're going to go ahead and click Expert Classes. You can scroll down. It says playtest material only. This is the video that we watched on live stream yesterday. And then we have download the PDF. So here we go. We're diving right into it as we speak. So this document. Oh, Stream Elements bot is running. So now that's good. It just takes a little bit. I was just curious to see if we could get this to work. I'm curious how long it takes. Anyway. Quite a while, apparently. All right, so this document is the second in a series of Unearthed Arcana articles that presents material designed for the next version of the player's handbook. The material here uses the rules in the 2014 PHB, except where noted, providing feedback, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Expert classes. 3 classes appear in this document, each one a member of the expert group, the bard, the ranger, and the rogue. Each class also appears with 1 subclass. More subclasses will appear in future Unearthed Arcanas and over the months ahead. All right, let's see. Feats allow the class descriptions. Blah blah blah. Spell lists: Arcane, Divine, Primal. We knew that was coming. The Ranger uses the Primal list, and the Bard potentially uses all 3 thanks to Magical Secrets. We kind of figured that was gonna be part of it. Rules glossary, and then we're gonna have an updated rules glossary, which I'm very excited to read. Okay. So how to play test this material. This is something I've been wanting, so let's see if it delivers. We invite you to try out this material in play. When you do, you're welcome to combine this with the character origins from August. If you do combine them, use the rules glossary found here. In 1 D&D UA series, the rules glossary of each one supersedes the previous. We knew that. To play with this material, you may either incorporate it into your campaign or run 1 or more special playtest sessions. For such a session, you may create an adventure of your own or use a short adventure from a source like Journeys Through the Radiant Citadel or Candlekeep Mysteries. So it doesn't really give us that much, but okay. Power level. The character options you read here might be more or less powerful than the options presented in the 2014 PHB. If a design survives playtesting, we adjust its power to the desirable level before publication in a book. This means an option could be more or less powerful than its final form. Okay? The best way for you to give us feedback. Okay, this is also nice to read. Let's keep going. What's ahead in 1 D&D playtest? We have many things in store for you to read and try in the months ahead. Here are some of the highlights. Revised versions of every class from the 2014 Player's Handbook. That we kind of already knew. Okay? 48 subclasses, including the subclasses in this article, so that these 3 that will be in here are included in the 48 that we will ultimately get. New and revised spells, new and revised feats, new weapon options for certain classes. That's potentially very exciting. A new system for creating a home base for your characters, something that a lot of people like to do, myself included, so that's pretty exciting to hear. Revised encounter building rules, we definitely need that. New and revised monsters, also something that we need. As the playtest progresses, you will also see new versions of some things that you provided and feedback on earlier in the playtest. So we kind of heard about that. They said they're going to read the feedback, present us a video on what the feedback is, and then reiterate on that going forward. The only thing that's missing from here is new or reiterated magic items. I will say that for the most part, that was something that probably needed the least amount of assistance because the magic items kind of work well as they are. All right, parts of a class. Guys, I'm so excited. Each class contains the rule elements described below. Characters who have levels in a class are exceptional. Most of the inhabitants multiverse aren't members. Okay. The primary ability of a class is critical to some of the class's features. So when you create your character, that ability is a great place to put your highest score. Similarly, whenever you gain the ability score improvement feat, consider increasing your primary ability. Finally, okay, they're going to give it as here. To use the multi-classing rules, you must have at least a score of 13 in the primary ability of all your classes. So that's a slight change from the multi-classing rules in the player's handbook. If you were to look at it, I will also remind you that multi-classing was a variant rule in the player's handbook. But it was like you had to have 13 in a specific thing, and it would say, like, for a paladin, you need 13 strength and 13 charisma. It sounds like now you just need a 13 in whatever your class's primary ability is. So that's a little bit of a change, makes it a little bit easier to multi-class. Also, confirms that multi-classing is a thing. Class group. Each class is a member of... Oh, here we go, guys. Waha! We were right! We called it. I called it yesterday. Ba, 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 ba. Experts, Bard, Ranger, Rogue, Mages, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard, Priest, Cleric, Druid, Paladin, Warrior, Barbarian, Fighter, Monk. Boom. Boom. Got it. All right, that's cool. Let's see. Experts, polymaths who have the expertise feature and elements of other classes. That's what the experts are. That's our Bard, Ranger, Rogue. Mages, adepts of arcane magic focusing on utility and destruction. Cleric, Druid, Paladin, stewards of divine or primal magic focusing on healing, utility, and defense. Barbarian, Fighter, Monk, and the Warriors, masters of combat who can deal and endure many wounds. The Artificer is also an expert. That class appears in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything and Eberron, Rising from the Last War, not the player's handbook. Okay, we kind of knew that. It might appear in a future version, but we called it yesterday, where everything landed. There was some interesting conversation that we were having about, could a monk be considered a priest? Could a warlock be considered a priest? So let's keep going forward. A class group has no rules in itself, but prerequisites and other rules can refer to these groups. For example, only members of the mage group might be able to attune to a particular magic item, or a feat might be available only to the members of the warrior group. When creating a party of adventurers, one of the best way to form a well-rounded group is to choose someone from each thing. And that also kind of makes a lot of sense, right? Pick one from each, you know, if you want to have a balanced party of 4, an expert, a mage, a priest, and a warrior gets you kind of all of the things you needed. So, I joined late. Is 1D&D bad for someone who owns everything 5e? No, it's supposed to be backwards compatible. So, we'll see. All right, so let's see. Each class has features, subclasses. A class's description is followed by a section dedicated to subclasses for that class. A subclass represents an area of specialization for a member of a class, and the subclass grants special features at certain levels. When playtesting the new version of a class, you can use a subclass from an older source, or Tasha's 2014 or Tasha's. If the older subclass offers, interesting that they don't include Xanathars in here. If the older subclass offers features at levels that are different from the subclass levels in the class, follow the older subclass's level progression after the class lets you gain the subclass. Here are 3 highlights in this article's classes. All 3 classes have new features as well as revised versions of old features. When a class offers a decision, a suggested choice is usually presented, especially at lower levels. That's also fine. I appreciate that. Each class's old 20th level feature has been moved to 18th level, opening up 20th level for epic boons. Okay. Bard. Expert, primary ability, charisma. I don't feel like we need to really read the flavor text. We're just going to go into the stuff. All right, so looks like Bardic Inspiration does still remain. They are still a spellcaster. It looks like this relatively remains the same. Bardic Inspiration die, all of that. We can see that Feat is now just its own thing. 8, 4, 8, 12, 16, 19. No additions to the feats there. Interesting that Jack of all trades, although maybe different, comes in now at 5th level as opposed to much earlier on. Let us scroll down. Creating a bard. Consult the following list, which provides hit points, proficiencies, and armor training. If you're making a 1st level character, also consult the starting equipment section. See multi-classing into bard if need be. All right, D8 hit die, 8 plus your constitution modifier at 1st level. Standard stuff. Okay, hit dice hasn't changed. Proficiencies, saving throws, dexterity, and charisma. Skills, deception, performance, persuasion, or any 3 skills of your choice. So they're giving you the kind of suggested options, falling into the sort of social face party aspect that a bard would typically have. Simple weapon proficiencies, 3 musical instruments of your choice. Armor training, light armor. Okay. Starting equipment, a 1st level character, you start with the following equipment, or you can forgo it and spend 100 GP on equipment of your choice. Dagger, Entertainer's Pack, Leather Armor, Musical Instrument, Short Sword, 18 GP. What's interesting is that if you base this tied into the background stuff, unless that changed here, between your class and your background, you'll actually have 150 starting gold pieces. Okay, multi-classing in the Bard. As a multi-class character, you need to have at least 13 in Charisma. If Bard isn't your initial class, here are the proficiencies you gain when you multi-class into Bard for your 1st level. 1 skill of your choice and 1 musical instrument of your choice. You also gain light armor training. Add all of your Bard levels to the appropriate levels from other spellcasting to determine your available spell slots. You prepare spells for each of your classes individually. Okay, so multi-classing is pretty much the same. Okay, Bardic class features. Bardic Inspiration. It starts off as a D6. You can now use your Bardic Inspiration die in the following ways. Boost a D20 test. When another creature within 60 feet of you that you can see or hear rolls a D20 test, reminder that that's attack roll, ability score, saving throw, you can use your reaction to give that creature a Bardic Inspiration die. That creature rolls that die and adds the number rolled to the D20, potentially turning the failure into a success. Okay, yeah, to this point in the comments here, right, it basically eliminates Lore Bard in a lot of ways. But previously, you would give out Bardic Inspiration as your bonus action, and then people could hang on to it for 10 minutes. Now, it is you using your reaction to give it to somebody. But I could see this being not... It's almost, I think, almost like a lateral move. The only downside is I can't give out multiple inspirations, right? So I could give you an inspiration now, and then the next person an inspiration on their next turn. So I could kind of hand them out, dole them out for people to use over the course of the next 10 minutes. But I'm sure you've also been in the party, if you've played a bard or been in a party with a bard, where people get a Bardic Inspiration die and just forget that they have it and then never use it. This will kind of ultimately ensure that people will use it no matter what, because you are choosing as a reaction when to activate it. So, okay. Heal. This is something new. Immediately after another creature within 60 feet of you takes damage, you can use your reaction to roll your Bardic Inspiration die and restore a number of hit points to that creature equal to the number rolled. I like that. That's kind of a nice little benefit. We have the sort of utility of boosting ability scores, and then you also have healing. As far as people throwing out stuff like, hey, what about this thing? I've told you from the start, I'm reading through this for the first time, so I don't know what's coming up. We're going to find it out as we go. Number of uses. A Bardic Inspiration die is expended when it's rolled. You can confer a Bardic Inspiration die a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. All right, so this is what everybody was complaining about. It is now proficiency bonus times per long rest, as opposed to charisma modifier times per long rest. Reminder, bards do start out with it only being per long rest at level 1. It eventually goes to short rest at higher levels. We'll see if that is still here. At higher levels, your Bardic Inspiration die increases, and we can see it right here, 5th, 10th, and so on. Spellcasting. You have learned to cast spells through your Bardic Arts. Prepared spells. Okay, so we do now have prepared spells. You have the following spells prepared: Color Spray, Disguise, Self-Prestidigitation, and Vicious Mockery. Alternatively, you can prepare 2 0-level spells. I guess we're calling them 0-level spells now, not cantrips anymore. You can prepare 2 0-level spells and 2 1st-level spells of your choice. Any spell you prepare for this class must be from from the arcane spell list, and it must be from one of the following schools of magic: divination, enchantment, illusion, or transmutation. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can practice your bardic arts and replace any spell you have prepared for this class with another arcane spell of the same level abiding by the school restrictions above: divination, enchantment, illusion, transmutation. At higher levels in the class, you can prepare more spells, as shown on the table above. The number there determines the number of different spells you can prepare of each level. For example, as a 3rd level bard, you can prepare 2 different 0-level spells for... Oh! So this is prepared? So what did they say? As a 3rd level bard, you can prepare 2 different 0-level spells, 4 different 1st-level spells, and 2 different 2nd-level spells. So I guess this is slots and also number of spells. So again, as this example here, you could prepare 2 0-level, 4 1st-level, 2 2nd-level. Okay, let's keep reading. The bard table shows how many spell slots you have at each level to cast your bard spells of 1st level or higher. The number of different spells you can prepare of each level equals the number of spell slots you have at that level. For example, a 5th level bard, you have 4 1st-level spell slots, 3 2nd-level spell slots, and 2 3rd-level spell slots. Charisma is your spellcasting ability for your bard spells. You can use a musical instrument as a spellcasting focus. Interesting. So now the number of spell slots listed is the number of spells you can prepare. This will potentially have sweeping changes for something like a wizard, who could obviously have a lot more spells. Actually, no, because it's the number of spells prepared. So ultimately, you will have more. Because if you were to look at this list, you know, a bard at most would have what? It's their, what is it? Their level plus their charisma modifier, right? I think is what it is. Something like that. 20th level. But this is now you'd be able to prepare from each thing. So I guess it has ups and downs, right? 4 1st level at 20, 3 2nd, 3 3rd, 3 4th, 3 5th, 2 6th, 2 7th, 1 8th, and 1 9th level spell. So that's how many you could prepare. But also 4 cantrips, but it also seems like now you can change it, what cantrips you have access to on a long rest as well. So you can swap out those. So I guess this is probably, I'm thinking, a streamlining conversation, right? So you look at this, you can prepare that many spells, and then you also have that many slots. I think they made everybody prepared spells. I think that's how it's going to be handled. Okay. 2nd level expertise. You gain expertise in 2 skills of your choice. Performance and persuasion are iconic options for a bard if you have proficiency in them. It also is interesting that they don't actually... I think maybe the previous Unearthed Arcana explained what expertise was, so they don't explain it here. Okay. 2nd level, Songs of Restoration. You have learned how to use magic, poetry, and dance to heal wounds and maladies. When you reach certain levels in this class, you add a specific spell to your Songs of Restoration repertoire, as shown on the table below. You always have that spell prepared, and it doesn't count against the number of spells you can prepare. So this is interesting. So as base level bard, you get Healing Word at 2nd level, Lesser Restoration at 4th level, Mass Healing Word at 6th level, Freedom of Movement at 8th level, and Greater Restoration at 10th level. That is different from, and those are always prepared, as opposed to the ones that you would prepare from this list. So, reminder, you are using the arcane spell list for the bard, but you are limited to divination, enchantment, illusion, or transmutation magic. You have whatever those spells that you prepare every day that you swap out, but you also have all of these healing spells constantly always prepared. So I actually really appreciate that, because it means you're not going to have to do anything funky. You are a bard, you have some healing ability, it's built in right there. Okay. Then at level 3, we move into our subclass. The College of Lore Bard is presented here in this book. Okay. At level 4, you get a feat. You gain the ability score improvement feat or another feat of your choice. 5th level, Jack of all trades. You add half your proficiency bonus rounded down to any ability check that uses a... To any ability check you make that uses a skill proficiency you lack, and that doesn't otherwise use your proficiency bonus. For example, if you make a strength athletics check and lack athletics proficiency, you add half your proficiency bonus to that check. I believe the way, there's a link in the description of the video if you guys want to go pick it up for yourself. The way I read that is now that no longer works with initiative. Because it says to any ability check you make that uses a skill proficiency you lack. Initiative scores are not a, you can't take a proficiency in initiative. That's not a skill you could take. Whereas previously it was any ability check that didn't add your proficiency bonus, so it allowed the bard to add half of their proficiency bonus to their initiative score. This doesn't work into there, so... but yeah, so I think that kind of gets around that. Although I do believe, yeah, so cause I think that also works with the way alert was updated to give you kind of proficiency in it. Okay. 6th level subclass feature, 7th level font of inspiration. You now regain all expended uses of bardic inspiration when you finish a short or long rest. So short rests apparently are sticking around. So that's the thing. So you don't get your bardic inspirations back on a short rest until 7th level. It was previously 5th level. In addition, if a creature rolls your bardic inspiration die and gets a 1, you if after any rerolls you might have, that use of that's actually a really nice quality of life thing. If they roll your bardic inspiration die and they get a 1, it doesn't expend your use of bardic inspiration. They still get the benefit of that +1, which depending on the situation could possibly help them. Also, I guess for the healing too, right? So if they were to roll the healing, it would still be 1 hit point, but then it doesn't expend the use. So that's actually pretty cool. Also, I will give this out there. This is kind of a free thing that just popped into my head. Consider making this a feat or a special magic item in 5th edition as we play it now, and allow your bard to have that as an ability of some kind. 9th level, you get expertise in 2 more skill proficiencies of your choice. That's actually a level earlier than you would normally get it in the 5th edition bard. You get a subclass feature at 10th. You get magical secrets not till 11th level now. Choose a, you've collected knowledge. Choose a spell list, Arcane, Divine, or Primal. Whenever you prepare spells for this class, up to 2 of the spells you prepare can be from the chosen list from any school of magic. The prepared spells otherwise follow the rules of your bard spellcasting. So, you now get to choose either within the Arcane spell list, the Divine, or the Primal list. And 2 of the spells from that big long list of spells you could prepare, again, so many per each level, can now be from any one of those lists and from any school of magic. That is definitely a nerf to magical secrets, because in theory, at a higher level, you could take magical secrets to get yourself access to like 2 9th level spells from different class lists. Now, because you only have 1 9th level spell slot, you can now also only prepare 1 9th level spell. Feat, 14th level is a subclass, 15th level, further magical secrets. Choose a spell list, Arcane, Divine, or Magical, that you didn't choose for your magical secrets from before, so it can't actually be the same, which is kind of a bummer. When you prepare your bard spells, 2 of the spells you prepare can be from the chosen list and from any school of magic. Alright, so that basically means we can get access to 2 different spell lists that way. Superior Bardic Inspiration at 18th level. When you roll initiative, you regain 2 expended uses of your Bardic Inspiration. And then, again, a feat at 9th level, and it says 20th level Epic Boon. You gain the Epic Boon of Luck, or the Epic Boon of Luck feat, or an Epic Boon feat of your choice. We'll maybe get to see those later on. Prepared Bard Spells. This section provides recommended spells for the Bard. Okay. Look for whenever you finish a long rest, you can change these spells out. A spell marked with a dagger is always prepared, and you can't replace it. Okay, that's the ones that we heard about from the Song of Restoration. So, all right. First level bard. I like that they're also going by level, right? So as a first level bard, they're saying Prestidigitation, Vicious Mockery, Color Spray, Disguise Self. Then they're saying adding on Dissonant Whispers and Healing Word. That's always prepared. Charm Person, Blur Shatter, Minor Illusion here at 4th level when you get more cantrips. Calm Emotions, Lesser Restoration, Haste, Tongues, so on. Let's see. Are they also going to give us... I was wondering if they would give us the Magical Secrets, right? That comes on at 11th level. Otto's Irresistible Dance, Etherealness. Okay, that's cool. Now, Bard subclasses. So College of Lore is the one that we're debuting here. Let's see. 3rd level bonus proficiencies. You gain 3 skill proficiencies: Arcana, History, and Nature. If you already have one of these proficiencies, choose a skill proficiency you lack and gain that proficiency. That is a nerf because they don't let you pick what your skills are. That was kind of one of the nice benefits of Lore Bard. It lets you pick 3 skills. This, I guess if you're being a Lore Bard, Arcana, History, and Nature makes sense. Again, if you already have those proficiencies, you can just choose other ones, so that's kind of a way to game it, I guess. You also get Cutting Words at 3rd level. Whenever a creature you can see within 60 feet of you succeeds on an ability check or an attack roll, you can use your reaction to expend one of your Bardic Inspiration, rolling a Bardic Inspiration die and subtracting the number rolled from that creature's roll, potentially turning it into a failure. I believe that pretty much stays the same, right? It was always an ability check or attack roll. You couldn't cut people's saving throws, so that's fine. Cunning Inspiration. Through your studies and your cunning, you've learned to inspire others exceptionally well. When any creature rolls your Bardic Inspiration die, the creature can roll that die twice and use the higher of the 2 rolls. So that's actually a nice feature, potentially, if you're trying to game for the 1 to not lose your Bardic Inspiration, and they roll twice and get higher than a 1, they'll lose it. But either way, for normal gameplay, that's pretty useful. Improved Cutting Words at 10th level. Whenever you use your Cutting Words feature on a creature, you can deal psychic damage to that creature equal to the number rolled. That's actually pretty nice. Plus your Bardic Inspiration die, plus your Charisma modifier. Okay. So I Cutting Words you to cut your attack roll down by, let's say, a d10 when we're 14th level. Or 10th level, let's say. I say I'm going to knock off a d10 worth of that, and then I'm also going to deal to you psychic damage equal to that same roll, plus my Charisma modifier. That's a nice feature. Again, consider that as a magic item or a feature to give to your bards, your lore bards currently in the game. Let's see. And then 14th level Peerless skill. When you make an ability check and fail, you can expend 1 use of Bardic Inspiration. Roll the Inspiration die and add the number rolled to the ability check, potentially turning it into a success if the check still fails. So yeah, this is it is not, it only for a Peerless skill is only for ability checks. I think it might, I don't remember if it always was, but it's also when you fail, and it does not use your reaction. So this is a freebie thing. If you fail an ability check, you can roll a Bardic Inspiration die and add it to that number, potentially turning it into a success. So it doesn't use your reaction, and if it doesn't work, you don't expend the Bardic Inspiration die. That's pretty good. You know, I mean, so yeah, they did get rid of additional magical secrets, but the way it's kind of worded now, it's like magical secrets is handled differently now. So you also wouldn't have that many options, right? And who knows? This is still playtest. They may end up changing that. They may end up adding a different subclass that gives you additional magical secrets. Was the original the original Lore Bard level 14 ability, did that give you, was that only skill checks or was that other things? Let's see. College of Lore Bard. I'm looking at another Peerless skill. It was when you make an ability check. That's the same. So, yeah, that's exactly the same. Peerless skill previously said when you make an ability check, you can expend a Bardic Inspiration die, roll it, and add it to the ability check. So this is actually, the Peerless skill at level 14 is exactly the same, just better. People are saying, so I see a lot of people in the chat saying right now, I honestly don't have much desire to play this version of the Lore Bard. Is that just because the loss of additional magical secrets? Is that why? Because I'm wondering, if I scroll up, Cutting Words was, oh, okay. Cutting Words used to be ability check, attack roll, or damage roll. They removed damage roll from it and made it just attack, ability check, and attack roll. So that is a slight change. Again, it used to be 3 skill proficiencies of your choice. They made it specific to the Lore Bard. I kind of get that. Let's see. Let's see. You get second list at 11 and third list at 15. No need for magical secrets. Well, yeah. So I guess that's true, right? Consider this. Choose a spell list, Arcane, Divine, or Primal at 11th and 15. Whenever you prepare spells for this class, up to 2 of those spells can be from the chosen list. So yeah, to that point, you could choose the Divine list and the Primal list, and now effectively you have access to that entire spell list for a total of 2 spells from Divine, 2 spells from Primal, but that can be from anywhere within the level of spells you can prepare. Reminder that you also are getting the freebie healing spells. So I do see the lack of additional magical secrets as it was handled in the original 5th edition. I can see that definitely would be a nerf here, but the way they've changed spells, you're now preparing spells, so you're not locked into stuff like you were before. You also can swap your cantrips, which is kind of nice. You're getting access to thing like expertise a little bit earlier than you would have before. Magical Bardic Inspiration now also allows you to heal. You get free auto-prepared spells as a bard, which is something you never did before. Jack of all trades, minor nerf in that it doesn't work on initiative scores anymore. I like the stuff that we see here. Superior Bardic Inspiration coming on a little bit earlier is useful. The concept that rolling a 1 on your Bardic Inspiration doesn't expend it. Cutting words, like I said, they remove the damage roll, but it's still pretty much the same. The fact that when people roll your Bardic Inspiration, they get to roll it twice and then add the benefit there, choosing which one they want. It says they can, so I guess if you rolled a 1, you could choose to not roll a second time and then potentially allow the bard to keep it. Improved Cutting Words is a wonderful quality of life feature to deal damage while also weakening an enemy's ability, and Peerless Skill is exactly the same as it was. However, it's now only when you fail an ability check, which honestly, you usually would only want to use Peerless Skill if you were worried that you were going to fail. Now it only triggers on a failure. It doesn't require to use a reaction or anything to do so, and it is not expended if you succeed. So Jack of all trade is also needed because it was moved from I'm sure that was nerfed. Yeah, it was moved from 2nd level to 5th level, but I think that's also to disencourage a 2-level dip to in bard to get the access to to get Jack of all trades. So okay, we're moving into the Ranger. Okay, now I need to take a little moment here to have a conversation with all of you. You guys know I have my feelings on the Ranger in 5th edition. Okay, I come from a 3-5 background where Ranger, I loved Ranger a lot. And it really hurt me looking at some of the decisions that were made. And regardless of what you will say about Ranger, look at how many times Wizards of the Coast attempted to fix the Ranger in 5th edition. I can think of at least 2, possibly 3 off the top of my head, where in Unearthed Arcana, they looked to change it. To the point where a lot of you probably forgot they were going to give Ranger 2d6 hit die every level. Because they were worried about how bad it was. And they flip-flopped on that. So this is a very big moment for me. I am very intrigued to see what's going to happen. I'm not going to look at the comments in the chat because I don't want you guys to spoil it for me. But let's go ahead and see. Could they make the changes here? Let's take a look. Okay, Ranger. Expert, primary abilities, dexterity, wisdom. Creating a Ranger. Okay. All right, so my concept of possibly tying the hit die to the class type is out the window now, right? It is a D10 hit die for a Ranger, as it was already in 5th edition, so that concept has been removed. Okay, Strength and Dexterity saving throws, Athletic, Stealth, or Athletic, Stealth, Survival, or choose 3 from Animal Handling, Athletics, Insight, Investigation, Nature, Perception, Stealth, and Survival. Okay, so you get a much larger list. Whoa, cantrips! Hello, cantrips for the Ranger. That's kind of a nice little thing. That's pretty exciting. Okay, all right. Okay, let's see. Simple weapons, martial weapons, light armor, medium armor, shields. They get 150 gold pieces. If I recall, the Bard only got 100 for its starting equipment. Right, let's double check. Yeah. So that technically means that the Ranger with the background starting gold would have 200 gold starting, which I guess makes a little more sense when you have access to medium armor. Those cost a significant amount more. Okay. Multi-classing. Oh, wait, they did keep it. You must have at least a 13 in the Ranger's primary abilities, which is dexterity and wisdom. So you do actually need to have primary scores of 13 in dexterity and wisdom to multi-class. So they kept that the same. If Ranger isn't your initial class, you gain the following with your first level: martial weapons and one skill of your choice. You also gain light armor, medium armor, and shield. Okay, here we go. Expertise, level 1 for the Ranger. Expertise in 2 skills of your choice. They recommend stealth, survival. I would obviously take perception because perception. First, okay, here we go. Favorite enemy. You always have the Hunter's Mark spell prepared, and it doesn't count against the number of spells you can prepare. That's already an improvement. Whoa! Moreover, you don't have to concentrate on the spell once it's cast. Wow! I don't even need to look past this. This is an improvement of the 5th edition Ranger already. Holy shit. Okay. It lasts for its full duration until you end it as a bonus action or until you're incapacitated. Damn! That's all we wanted, was just extra damage. Give us something to compete with a Paladin. And Hunter's Mark, always prepared, which... Okay, we're coming back to me for a second. Hang on. Coming back to me. Okay. This is what I'm talking about, and it seems that they've been listening to, not necessarily my feedback, but the feedback in general, which is something that I wholeheartedly believe, and I will provide this to you as a pillar of game design and RPG creation and things like that. This is something that I abide by personally whenever I make things or subclasses or whatnot. If it's not a choice, don't make it a choice. And what I mean by that is that Rangers should take Hunter's Mark as a spell option for them. It is only beneficial for them to do so. Don't make them have to choose to take it where they have the option to not take it. Just bake it in and make it a class feature. And that is what they did. I think that people are saying maybe Hex for Warlock. I'm thinking they're going to do the same thing with Eldritch Blast. You don't have to choose to take Eldritch Blast. You just get Eldritch Blast built into the class. All right, let's keep going. All right, I'm feeling good. Spell preparation. You have the following spells prepared: Cure Wounds, Guidance, Hunter's Mark, and Thorn Whip. Alternatively, you can prepare 2 0-level spells and 2 first-level spells of your choice. Any spell you prepare for this class must be a primal spell, and it can be from any school except Evocation. Interesting. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can commune with nature and replace any of the spells. Okay, so prepared spellcasting for Ranger now. And again, you can get cantrips, which you can replace. Interesting that in their spell preparation, they're saying Cure Wounds, Guidance, Hunter's Mark, and Thorn Whip, when they get 2 and 2, and Hunter's Mark is always prepared for you. So that they might have messed up a little bit there. Okay. Same thing. The Ranger table shows how many spell slots you have and how many you can prepare. Okay. Wisdom is your spellcasting. You can use Druidic focuses as spellcasting. So that's right out the gate. All right. Fighting style. So they do still get fighting style. So it seems like, well, that could still be one of the things that experts get. And maybe this is just the Ranger tapping into that. But let's look. You gain you gain one of the following fighting styles of your choice: archery, defense, or 2-weapon fighting. Whenever you gain a feat at later levels, fighting style feats are among your options. There it is. Whenever you gain a feat at later levels, fighting style feats are among your options, even though you aren't a member of the warrior group. There you have it, folks. That is likely going to be, to all of us who suggested this yesterday, something that will be specific. So there will be fighting style feats that will typically be gated to the warrior group. However, as a ranger, you have access to those. So that makes sense. Okay. Ranger subclass, we have the Hunter presented, which is a bummer because I was hoping for Beastmaster, but it is what it is. Feat at 4th level. Extra attack, which is not limited now to warriors as well. It says you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. So that's still the same. Subclass at 6th. Roving at 10th level. Your speed increases by 10 feet while you aren't wearing heavy armor. You also have a climb speed and a swim speed equal to your speed. That's a nice little benefit, kind of giving the nature lover the ability to be good at climbing in nature or swimming, both things you would typically find in nature. But that also means that it will still work in like urban environments. Again, For those of you who missed the whole hour-long live stream yesterday and the beginning of this one, experts is just a group. It's the beginning of the document. Expert classes are not like prestige classes. They're not something special. It's just a group of the way they're grouping the new classes for Bard, Ranger, and Rogue. Feat at 8th level. Expertise, again, at 9th level and 2 skills of your choice. Subclass at 10th. 11th, you get Tireless. You now have the following benefits. Temporary hit points. Whenever you finish a short or long rest, you can give yourself temporary hit points equal to a d8 plus your proficiency bonus. And if you are exhausted when you finish a short rest, your exhaustion level decreases by 1. Okay, solid. Feat at 12th level. Nature's Veil at 13th. As a bonus action, you can expend a spell slot and become invisible until the end of your next turn. We'll have to see what invisible means when we go ahead to see if they have something specific against that. Subclass at 14, Feral Senses, blind sight out to 30 feet. That's the same. Feat at 16th. Foe Slayer, your Hunter's Mark now deals an extra d10 to the target rather than a d6. I would have possibly liked something in between that would have maybe made it a d8. But this, again, primarily used to be your 20th level ability. It is now your 18th level ability. Again, a feat at 9th. And then you gain an epic boon of Fortitude feat or an epic boon feat of your choice. Okay. We have our list of spells here for at the various levels. I guess Revivify is on the primal spell list. Okay. So let's look at our subclass. Hunter. 3rd level, Hunter's Prey. When you hit a creature with a weapon or unarmed strike as part of the attack action, the weapon or unarmed strike deals an extra d8 damage to the target if it's missing any of its hit points. You can deal this extra damage only once per turn. That's pretty much exactly the same as the Hunter's Prey ability was in the 2014 Player's Handbook. They just know how also specified unarmed strike. Okay. 6th level, Hunter's Lore. You can call forces of nature to reveal certain strengths and weaknesses. When a creature is marked by your Hunter's Mark, you now know whether that creature has any immunities, resistances, and vulnerabilities. And if the creature has any, you know what they are. Okay. So that's just like a nice little tapping into the Hunter's Mark. You are able to sort of gauge the weaknesses of your opponent or benefits of your opponent. 10th level multi-attack. You always have Conjure Barrage prepared, and it doesn't count against the number of spells you can prepare. You can also cast this spell with 1st and 2nd level spell slots. When you do, the spell's damage is reduced by a d8 for each slot level below 3rd. So the folks who are mentioning downcasting, I'm guessing this is the concept where you can actually... So if Fireball is a 3rd level spell, you potentially may be able to cast Fireball with a 1st level spell, but it does 2d6 less damage or something of that nature. So Conjure Barrage, I'm wondering if Conjure Barrage now has the ability to do melee attacks as well, because that could be interesting then, because Conjure Barrage, I'm thinking as a ranged ability, but we'll take a look. 14th level, Superior Hunter's Defense. When you are hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to halve the attack's damage against yourself, and you can redirect the damage of the attack, or you can redirect the other half of the damage to one creature you can see within 15 feet. So this is kind of like a boosted Uncanny Dodge. So it's basically giving you the ability of Uncanny Dodge without calling it Uncanny Dodge. It is your reaction, and instead of redirecting the attack to somebody else, you take half damage and send the other half to somebody else. So it kind of merged those two features together. Okay, I don't mind it. Being able to redirect the entire other attack was something nice. You can also redirect the damage back at the attacker. Okay, so that is it for the Ranger. Let's talk a little bit about the Ranger before we move on. So, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I don't think it's there yet. But I like what I see for the most part. I like the changes to the spell casting. I think that that's a nice little quality of life thing. You still get extra attack. We'll take a look at what the fighting styles look like when we get there. Favored Enemy is a huge boon now, a non-concentration, always prepared Hunter's Mark. That's fantastic. Expertise is also great. That'll be a huge boon to the Ranger. Roving is a nice little quality of life thing. I see they pulled a lot of the stuff from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything into class features here. The increasement to your movement speed, climb speed, swim speed. Tireless, again, I think it used to be level 10. Now it's 11. Give yourself temporary hit points. and so it's not like a choice. You can do both. Give yourself the temporary hit points as well as reduce the exhaustion level. I also am a little bummed that there's nothing about like being able to move through natural terrain without any inhibitors. The fact that there's nothing that allows you to hide as a bonus action or hide in plain sight. I also feel like they should have something that makes kind of like the druids have or certain druids have, where it's harder for natural creatures to attack you. I think that could be something. And that's, again, maybe this is just me with a little personal bias because I built a lot of this into the fix that I made for the 5th edition Ranger, which was the, natural creatures, beasts, and plants have to like make an ability, like make a check or a saving throw to be able to attack you because you're so in tune with the nature and the world around you. I think they should be able to have like Nature's Stride or whatever it is where they move through the difficult terrain, woodland terrain, that kind of stuff without any inhibitors. Nature's Veil currently says you can hide from view. As a bonus action, you can expend a spell slot and become invisible until the end of your next turn. It is not a hide action, you just become invisible, which is fine, but that is expending a spell slot to do so. So you're limited by the number of spell slots you have. And again, we'll see what invisible actually does if it has a different qualifier as like a condition. But correct, turning invisible is not hiding. And again, this also requires you to expend a spell slot. So you're limited. Where it's just like hiding as a bonus action is just a nice thing you could do. They also had the whole hide in plain sight thing. There's a lot of funky rules with the 2014 Ranger. I do think there's some stuff you could tweak and adjust here. All right, moving on to and then as far as the hunter goes, Hunter's Prey, like I said, it's pretty much unchanged. The extra benefit to Hunter's lore, I also feel like this could have possibly been the 6th level Hunter's lore ability. I feel like this could also be a 3rd level ability, and you could give them something new at 6th level. Personally, that feels like it should be part of the when you like the quintessentialness of being a hunter. I think should be. I would move Hunter's lore to 3rd level. I would keep Hunter's Prey, and then I would add a new 6th level ability, maybe Evasion or something similar. Multi-attack, we'll have to see what Conjure Barrage does. And then Superior Hunter's Defense, like I said, it's like a combo redirection, uncanny dodge. Useful, but situational at best, because, I mean, you have to have 2 enemies within 5 feet of one another, or 5 feet of you. The uncanny, I guess the uncanny dodge part of it will still work no matter what, where you use your reaction to half the damage. You just can't redirect it if there's nothing to redirect it to. So yes, I know they used to have a lot more abilities that you got to pick from, but I think they're kind of moving away from a lot of, they're kind of streamlining things. It seems to be the process. All right, into the rogue. Dexterity. Okay, let's see. Creating a rogue. D8 hit dice still for the rogue. Dexterity, intelligence, saving throws. Acrobatics, investigation, sleight of hand, and stealth, or 4 from the list of acrobatics, athletics, deception, insight, intimidation, investigation, perception, persuasion, sleight of hand, stealth. Simple weapons and martial weapons that have the finesse property. So that's kind of nice. Rather than a specific list, they just said, hey, if it's got a finesse property, you have proficiency in it. I like that. Thieves' Tools proficiency. Proficiency in light armor. 110, interesting choice, gold pieces for the starting equipment for the rogue. Multiclassing requires you to have 13 dexterity. If you multiclass into rogue, you get Thieves' Tools, a skill of your choice, and light armor. All right, expertise at 1st level, which we expected. All right, let's look at sneak attack now. This is the big thing, right? Once on each of your turns, when you take the attack action, you can deal extra damage to one creature you hit with an attack roll if you're attacking with a finesse weapon or a ranged weapon, and if at least one of the following requirements is met. You have advantage on the attack roll, ally adjacent to the target. At least one of your allies is within 5 feet of the target, and the ally isn't incapacitated, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. That, as far as I can tell from there, is exactly the same as it's written in the 2014 Player's Handbook. To determine the extra damage, roll a number of d6s equal to half your rogue level round up, and add the dice together. The extra damage type is the same as the weapon type. So I believe that is exactly the same damage calculation as the existing rogue sneak attack. So nothing really changes there. Let's just double check. Yeah, That is exactly the same damage calculation for the rogue here. Let's see. Yeah, once on each of your turns. I think it was originally once a turn. Once per turn, you could do it. So there was the way you could kind of cheese sneak attack. And like if you were to do it as part of a reaction, something like an opportunity attack or a commander strike thing from the fighter. Now it is limited to once on each of your turns. So you can only sneak attack when you're attacking, not outside of that action economy. Okay. Thieves' Cant. You picked up, Thieves' Cant and one other language of your choice, which you choose from the standard languages and the rare languages table. Okay, fair enough. So just Thieves' Cant and then an additional language. Remember, languages are a little harder to get depending on how the races and things work, so that could be beneficial there. Cunning Action. On your turn, you can take one of the following actions as bonus action: dash, disengage, or hide. That's the same. Well, the Thief Rogue, which I'm not surprised is a subclass, presented a feat at 4th level, Uncanny Dodge at 5th level. When an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to have the attack damage against you round down. That's fine. Expertise, again, at twice at 7th level. Evasion is now pushed to 9th level. It was 7th level before. It's now much later on. When you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you instead take no damage if you succeed and half if you fail. You can't use this feature if you are incapacitated. Okay, I don't remember if that was there on the original evasion. No, it wasn't. You could still evade even if you were incapacitated previously. That has been adjusted and is now 9th level. You do still get an extra feat here at 10th level, as well as a subclass feature. Reliable Talent still exists. Whenever you make an ability check that uses one of your skill or tool proficiencies, you can treat a d20 roll of a 9 or lower as a 10. Whenever you make an ability check that uses one of your skill or tool proficiencies. That's a little bit of a change. So previously, it was whenever you make an ability check that lets you add your proficiency bonus, you add a d20. The d20 roll of a 9 or lower is a 10. Now it's whenever you make an ability check that uses one of your skill or tool proficiencies. I think that is also to make its way around evasion or initiative, rather, right? Because you can't get a skill or tool proficiencies, therefore not counting initiative. So, okay, let's keep going. A feat at 12th. Subtle Strikes at 13th. When you attack, you know how to exploit your target's distraction. You have advantage on an attack roll, on any attack roll that targets a creature that is not within 5 feet of at least one of your allies who isn't incapacitated. So I think we just pulled the aspect away from the Swashbuckler here. You have advantage on any attack roll that targets a creature that is within 5. Oh, wait, sorry, my mistake. You have advantage on any attack roll that targets a creature that is within 5 feet of at least one of your allies. Okay, my mistake. No, nothing like that at all. But now, getting the benefit of having an ally adjacent to a target, similar to flanking from older rules, gives you advantage on the attack roll. So if you didn't have sneak attack before, from them just being there, you obviously definitely would, but now you also have the potential to fish for a crit. Depending on how crit rules have been changed, sneak attack may benefit from that as well. Yes, essentially pack tactics, yep. Oh, wow. 15th level Slippery Mind, proficiency in wisdom and charisma saving throws. So, as a rogue, you would have at 15th level proficiency in dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. Feat at 16th level, elusive at 17th level. No attack roll has advantage against you while you're incapacitated. That was, again, previously a thief, I think, ability that is now baked into the rogue proper. 18th level, Stroke of Luck. If you fail a d20 test, so again, that's attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can turn that roll into a 20, once per short or long rest. Okay, and then an epic boon at 20th level. I don't know why this would kill ranged rogue in any way. Because your ally has to be within 5 feet of them. You don't have to be within 5 feet of them. Yes, we know that we did a whole video, a live stream yesterday about how the VOD, how old crit rules are back. Let's keep going. So here's the subclass, the Thief. Okay. 3rd level, you get fast hands. You have additional options for the bonus action of your cunning action, which are search. Take the search action, which is potentially something new. I think it's probably the same thing that existed in the player's handbook previously, but we'll see if we have that. Or sleight of hand. Make a dexterity check, sleight of hand, to pick a lock or disarm a trap with thieves' tools or to pick a pocket. Okay? Second story work, also at 3rd level. You gain a climb speed equal to your speed. And when you take the jump action, which is also now an action now, you can make a dexterity check instead of a strength check. Okay, so that's a little bit different. The wording is different. Normally, I guess, jumping is strength. Now you can make it dex. Supreme Sneak at 6th level. You have advantage on every dexterity check for stealth that you make, provided you aren't... Wow! Just constant advantage on stealth checks, as long as you're not wearing medium or heavy armor. Wow. Well, you could make a perception check as an act. It was an action. That was always a thing. So I don't feel like people forget that, but like making a perception check in combat was an action. Yeah, it was in the player's handbook. Don't lie to me. Search was an action you could take in combat. When you take the search action, you devote your attention to finding something. Depending on the nature of your search, the DM might make you make a perception check or an investigation check. That is present in the 2014 player's handbook. That was always there. So there you go. Search is now just an option for you to take it as a bonus action as a thief, which you could not before. Also, can we point out how the rogue and the bard get 2 abilities at level 3 with the subclass, but the ranger does not. And I think that's why, to my point, that you should move the superior hunter's mark thing up to level 3 and give them a new ability at level 6. But also my concept of adding evasion as a 6th level ability goes out the window because now it's a 9th level thing for the rogue. Okay. Use magic device at 10th level. In your treasure hunting, you have learned how to maximize the use of magic items. You can attune up to 4 magic items. That's awesome, giving you 1 more magic item attunement slot. And whenever you use a magic item property that expends charges, roll a d6. On a roll of a 6, you use the property without expending charges. Whoa. That's big. That could be huge, especially if you have something that lets you do like a lot of like charges to upcast something or whatever. All right. And then also scrolls. You can use any spell scroll that bears a cantrip or 1st level spell. You can also try to use any spell scroll that contains a higher level scroll, but you must first make an Intelligence Arcana check with a DC equal to 10 plus the spell's level. On a successful check, you cast the spell from the scroll, and you use your intelligence as the spellcasting ability for this casting. Wow, that's super useful. Holy shit. You could basically be a healer now. Right? You give the thief a bunch of spell scrolls of 1st level cure wounds, and they're just out there healing. Also, to that point, Sato brings up in the chat, with reliable talent and expertise, you could potentially never fail this check. Because the DC is 10 plus the spell's level. If you choose Arcana as one of your skills, you'll have a minimum of a 10. And then if you had proficiency in it, you'll always succeed. Well, I think technically, I think all consumables are like half the cost as far as potions versus scrolls go. So yeah, this potentially could make a 10th level thief rogue a reliable utility healer. And there's still a 14th level ability. You can now take a 2nd bonus action on your turn, provided it is a bonus action from your cunning action. You can use this feature on a number of turns equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. Wow. Interesting. 2 bonus actions. It allowed you to take 2 turns. Yeah, the thief. I have it open over here. Let me pull it up. The thief did allow you to take basically an extra turn at a 2nd initiative. and I think they wanted to kind of do away with that, which does make me curious to see what Action Surge will look like if it made the cut. It was, you can take a second turn during the first round of any combat, take your initiative that you rolled -10. I think 2 bonus actions could be better, right? Because you could, let's see, you have, what do you have? You could dash, you could disengage, hide. So think about it this way, right? You could hide, attack somebody while hidden to grant advantage in theory, and then hide again in the same turn at 14th level, right? So that's actually a really cool concept, right? Hide, make your shot with advantage to get your sneak attack, and then go off and hide again. Or, to your point, dash twice, or and then your movement. Or, to that other point in there, dash movement speed, which could really get you just zipping across the battlefield. Dash and disengage on your turn, right? So no opportunity attacks and double movement speed, and then still have your full action. A lot of options here. If Crossbow Expert makes the cut, that's 2 extra shots with Crossbow Expert. Depending on how 2-weapon fighting is, that's 2 extra bonus, offhand attacks, depending on how that all works out. So there's a lot of options with this. I like fast hands, giving the search action again, if that's going to be something that DMs actually do, because I feel like most DMs don't make perception checks to look for stuff in combat as an action. That's how it's supposed to be handled. I feel like most people just give it away as a freebie. The sleight of hand check, also nice. Again, second story work pretty much the same, but they tweaked the way jump works, but jump is now an action, so that might be a little bit different. Which also, jump being an action may also mean it doesn't use up your movement to do the jump now. And use magic device, it is a little bit of a nerf in that it doesn't allow you to use any magic item like you could previously. But I would argue that a 4th magic item attunement slot is better than using any magic item. I think that's great. I think the charge ability is huge quality of life. And the fact that you can use any cantrip or first level spell scroll with no problems whatsoever reliably is huge, because that's a spell scroll from any class. And then again, if you choose proficiency in Arcana, you could basically use any spell scroll for any spell without failure at higher levels. And then again, the second bonus action, which is also interesting that that's mentioned there, because funnily enough, in Baldur's Gate 3, the video game, the Thief Rogue's benefit that they get at 3rd level is 2 bonus actions. So I wonder if that inspired this at all. Okay, let's keep going. Feats, new feats. All right, here we go. Also, I will ask if somebody out there could be a stamp champ and after the fact timestamp this for us. But let's keep going. Parts of a feat. Each feat has a level. To take a feat, your level must meet or equal the feat's level. Prerequisite, you must meet any prerequisite specified, and if it's repeatable, it will say. Bonus feats at 20th level. A DM can use bonus feats as a form of advancement after characters reach 20th level, a way to provide greater power to the characters who have no more levels to gain. With this approach, each character gains 1 feat of their choice for every 30,000 experience points they earn above 355,000 XP. Epic boon feats are especially appropriate for those bonus feats, but a player can choose any feat for which their 20th level character qualifies. So I wonder if they're going to move more towards experience points over milestone, given the fact that they're specifically referencing experience points here. All right, here we go. Ability score improvement. This is repeatable. This is something we knew from the video from yesterday. You increase 1 of your ability scores by 2 or 2 of your ability scores by 1. You can't increase an ability score above 20. This is just, again, to streamline it. Feats, you now take a feat every however many levels. Ability score improvement can be one of those. Okay. Actor. 13 plus on the charisma here. Non-repeatable. Increases you have to be at least 4th level for this, as it does provide a 1+ to your ability score. Increases your charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. While you're disguised as a fictional person or a real person other than yourself, you have advantage on charisma performance checks to convince others that you are that person. Interesting that performance checks would be to convince someone that you're that person, not deception checks. Mimicry. You can mimic the sounds of other creatures, including speech. To mimic a sound or a way of speaking, you must listen to them for at least 1 minute. Anytime thereafter, you can make a DC 15 Charisma performance check to perform the mimicry. On a success, you perform it convincingly for up to 1 hour. Now that's interesting because, again, we're talking about performance checks. So I wonder if performance is going to have like improved usage in the game just based on this. I'm looking at the previous actor. It referenced deception check previously. It gave you advantage on deception and performance checks to pass yourself off as a different person. And then basically said if you heard someone speaking, a successful insight check contested by your deception check allows them to know that it's faked. So it does look like they changed that. Let's see. Okay. Athlete. Again, a 4th level feat. It requires a strength, dexterity, or constitution of 13 plus. You get an ability score increase, your strength, dexterity, or constitution by 1. That's a nice benefit because athlete previously was just strength or dex. Now it also includes constitution. I appreciate that. You have a climb speed equal to your speed. That is a huge benefit because it was climbing doesn't cost you extra movement. Now you just have a flat out climb speed. Hop up when you are prone. You can right yourself with only 5 feet of movement. That is normal. And jumping, you have advantage on any ability check you make to or for the jump action. It just made you didn't need to have a running start. Okay, so that's a little bit of an improvement. Charger. Okay, Charger right out the gate being stronger because it gives you an ability score improvement. Requires proficiency with a martial weapon. Increase your strength or dexterity score by 1. When you take the dash action, your speed increases by 10 feet for that action. That is also a benefit. And then charge attack. If you move at least 10 feet in a straight line immediately before hitting with an attack as part of the attack action, on your turn, choose one of the following effects. Gain a bonus plus 1d8 to the attack's damage roll, or push the target up to 10 feet, provided the target you want to push is no more than 1 size larger than you. You can only use this benefit once on each of your turns. Huge benefits, and actually reasonable feats to take. So, previously it was when you use your you can use your action to dash, and after that you can make a bonus action attack or shove. If you did the movement in a straight line, you can either get a plus 5 bonus to the attack's damage or push the target 10 feet away. Now they did nerf the push because previously it didn't have a limit to the size. Here it is now as long as they're no more than 1 size larger than you, but it gives you an increase to your movement speed, first of all, which is nice. It also is whenever you take the dash action, so if you have access to that as a bonus action, like say the rogue we were just talking about, it doesn't hard limit you to use your action as the dash. It says when you take the dash action. It also gives you the increased movement speed. And then again, as part of the attack action, you can, which can be separate from the improved dash, they don't have to be tied to one another. You get the extra damage, which again is a d8, so that can also crit and roll extra damage. I like this one a lot. Yeah, to that point, right? Other people are bringing it up in the chat. It says if you move at least 10 feet in a straight line before hitting with an attack as part of the attack action. As an attack, you could technically move straight 10 feet forward and then shoot a bow at somebody, and it does this. It does the extra damage. Also, a spell. You can move 10 feet forward. If spells can crit, I don't know if they can. We'll read ahead. But yeah, technically you could move 10 feet forward and shoot somebody with a bow. And then they take the extra damage. Bow charger! Let's go. Let's get that for our ranger friend. Crossbow Expert. Requires proficiency in any martial weapon. Increases your ability score, your dexterity by 1. That's huge. You ignore the loading feature of crossbows. Being within 5 feet of any enemy doesn't impose disadvantage on your attack rolls with crossbows. Previously, it used to say it doesn't provoke disadvantage on ranged attack rolls, so you could take Crossbow Expert to be good at casting spells in melee. They have since adjusted that to be crossbows specifically. When you take the extra, when you make the extra attack of the light weapon property, hold on. When you make the extra attack of the light weapon property, you can add your ability modifier to the damage of the extra attack if that attack is with a crossbow that has the light property. Okay. So the way I see this, but having not read ahead again, is that they've adjusted light weapons to allow you to take an additional attack as a bonus action. And it sounds like it would not normally add your ability modifier to it. But it seems like with this, you can add, it's basically like half of the old 2-weapon fighting, allowing you to add your ability modifier to the damage of Crossbow Expert. Potentially, if that is a bonus action, you still may be able to shoot twice with a new rogue. Oh, it's no bonus action. All right, well, we'll get ahead. People are saying it's wordy. We'll have to read what light weapons are when we get there. All right, Defensive Dualist requires a 13 dexterity or higher. It now also gives you an increase to your dexterity score, which it did not do previously. If you are holding a finesse weapon and another creature hits you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to add your proficiency bonus to your armor class for that attack, potentially causing the attack to miss. I never liked Defensive Dualist anyway, because it was only one instance for one attack. It was still your proficiency bonus as well. At least now it gives you a +1 to dexterity. So I think that that's generally a buff overall. Okay, so they're all half feats, people are saying, so we'll see. Dual Wielder. Proficiency with any martial weapon, and now gives you a +1 to your strength or dexterity, which it did not do previously. While you are holding a weapon with the light property in one hand, you can treat a non-light weapon in your other hand as if it had the light property, provided the weapon lacks the two-handed property. All right, so that must be how 2-weapon fighting works. Quick Draw. You can draw or stow 2 weapons that lack the two-handed property when you would normally only be able to draw or stow 1. So no +1 to your armor class anymore for Dual Wielder. Durable. Hopefully this gets a nice benefit here. Increase your constitution by 1. You have advantage on death saving throws. That's huge. That's nice. And then as a bonus action, you can expend one of your hit dice, roll the die, and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll. Much better that whenever you roll a hit die to regain hit points, you get double the amount. Now you have a new access to a bonus action self-heal using your hit dice and advantage on death saving throws. A much stronger feat overall and definitely worth your expenditure. Elemental Adept now gives an ability score increase. Okay. You can repeat it for different damage types. Increase your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma score by 1. Choose one of the following damage types: acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. Spells you cast ignore resistance to the damage of the chosen type. In addition, when you roll a damage for a spell, you can treat any 1 on the damage die as a 2. So that is the same, but now with the benefit of adding an ability score increase. Now the epic boons are slotted in here, so we're just going to go through them. Epic boon of combat prowess needs to be an expert or a warrior. When you miss a melee attack, you can choose to hit instead. Once you use this benefit, you can't use it again until you roll initiative. Okay, so this could be every combat, potentially. You can have an auto hit if you need to. Epic boon of dimensional travel. This is for the expert or the mages. You can cast the Misty Step spell without expending a spell slot. Once you use this benefit, you can't do it again until you roll initiative or finish a short or long rest. That's not really an epic boon, especially because it also doesn't let you have it always prepared, so that's not great. Boon of energy resistance, expert or mage. Choose one of the following damage type: acid, cold, fire, lightning, necrotic, poison, psychic, radiant, or thunder. Whenever you finish a short or long rest, you can meditate and change that damage type. You gain resistance to that damage type, my bad. Epic boon of fortitude. This is probably going to be the best one. Your hit point maximum increases by 40. In addition, whenever you regain hit points, you regain additional hit points equal to your con mod. You regain you can regain these additional hit points no more than once per round. Yeah, that's clearly one of the winners right there for sure. Epic boon of irresistible offense. This is for the expert or warrior. Damage you deal always ignores resistance. That's actually pretty solid. That's much better. That's kind of what we were talking about yesterday. That's pretty solid. Epic boon of luck. Immediately expert only. Immediately after you roll a d20 for a d20 test, you can roll a d10 and add the number rolled to the test. Once you use this benefit, you can't do so till you roll initiative or finish a short or long rest. Don't like it. Epic boon of the night sight, expert or mage. While within dim light or darkness, you can become invisible as an action. You remain invisible until immediately after you take an action or reaction. It's pretty much the same as it was. It's okay. Epic boon of Peerless Aim, expert or warrior. If you make a ranged attack against a target within your range and miss, you can make it cause it to hit. That's the same as the melee one we saw up top here. It's just now for ranged. Epic boon of Recovery. You can use a bonus action to regain a number of hit points equal to half your hit point maximum. Once you do so, you can't do so until you finish a long rest. In addition, you succeed on every death saving throw roll that isn't a 1. Solid. Epic Boon of Skill Proficiency. Proficiency in all skills. Epic Boon of Speed. Increase your movement speed by 30 feet. That's, again, Expert and Warrior only. Undetectability, Expert only. You can't be seen or heard by any means, magical or non-magical, while you're hidden. That's solid. Epic Boon of the Unfettered. As a bonus action, you can take the disengage action, which also ends the grappled and restrained conditions on you. That one's pretty solid. All right, and then we roll into the fighting styles, which again are now feats. Fighting style Archery, which is typically limited to the warrior group. Again, rangers now have access to these feats as part of their unique abilities here. +2 to the attack rolls of your ranged weapons. Same as it was. Epic fighting style Defense. While you are wearing armor, you gain a +1 bonus to your armor class. That's the same. The Night Spirit one doesn't have a time limit. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't. It's just you can stay invisible perpetually if you'd like to. Yeah, what do you know? Okay, Epic fighting style Dueling. When you are wielding a melee weapon in one hand and no other weapons, you gain a +2 bonus to the damage rolls with that melee weapon. That's the same. Great weapon fighting. When you roll a 1 or a 2 on a damage die for an attack that you make with a melee weapon that you are wielding with 2 hands, you can re-roll the die and must use the new roll. The weapon must have the two-handed or versatile properties to gain this benefit. That's the same. Protection. Immediately after a creature you can see makes an attack roll and hits a target other than you that is within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to interpose your shield and impose a -2 penalty on the attack roll, potentially turning it into a miss. Yeah, that's a nerf. Protection used to be disadvantage on the attack roll. Now it's just a -2 to the attack roll. That kind of sucks. And then 2-weapon fighting. When you make the extra attack of the light weapon property, you can add your ability modifier to the damage of the extra attack. All right, so normally this kind of seems like it does a similar thing. It's just changed to be the way the wording is listed here. All right. Grappler, 13 strength or dex. It now increases your strength or dexterity by 1. You have advantage on attack. You have advantage on attack rolls against a creature grappled by you. Okay, that's a huge benefit. That's nice. We had that originally. You aren't slowed when you move a creature grappled by you, provided this creature is your size or smaller. Again, the way the new grapple works, that kind of makes sense. And punch and grab. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you can deal damage to the target and also grapple it. You can use this benefit only once per turn. So previously it was you could use your action to try to pin a creature, making them restrained. Now it is when you hit it. I don't know why my dogs are barking upstairs, but I don't know if you guys can hear that, but they are barking away upstairs. I don't think there's anybody at my house. Nope, there's not. Okay. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you can deal damage and then auto grapple. You can use this feature only once per turn. That's still pretty solid. So really, this is a decent benefit to Grappler overall. Strength and dexterity score +1, advantage on creatures you grapple. You aren't slowed when you move them. And then again, when you hit with an unarmed strike, as part of that, you can also deal the damage and grapple them. I like it. Great Weapon Master. Now it gives you an increase to your strength score, which it did not previously. Immediately after you score a critical hit with a melee weapon or reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you can make an additional attack with the same weapon as a bonus action. That's the same. Now, let's see this next part. Heavy Weapon Mastery. When you hit a creature with a heavy weapon as part of the attack action, you can cause the weapon to deal extra damage to the target. The extra damage equals your proficiency bonus, and you can only deal it once per turn. There it is. I knew they were going to nerf it in some way. Previously, as many of you know, you could choose to, prior to the attack, take a -5 to your attack roll to deal a +10 damage. Now it is once per turn, you can deal extra damage equal to your proficiency bonus. RIP, Great Weapon Master. Again, it is playtest. I will continue to throw that out there. Again, it is playtest. Save your comments for the feedback, but I also will stress once again, try it. If you're able to, playtest the rules as written. Try to playtest them. See what you feel like. Some people even in the chat are saying it's a good change, right? It's going to give you a bonus to your strength, which is nice. You still have the cleave ability, and you can deal extra damage. There is no limit to how many times you can deal the extra damage equal to your proficiency bonus. It is only once per turn, sure, but it's once per turn. That doesn't necessarily mean that it can't happen outside of your turn, right? It's not once per round, it's once per turn. This will work on opportunity attacks and things of that nature as well. So it also, you know, it doesn't have the negative of possibly turning it hit into a miss. It's just extra damage that you can choose to do. So, you know, I'm gonna try it, right? It says attack on your turn. Sorry. Oh, on your turn. You're right. Sorry, my mistake. Attack action on your turn. I stand corrected. It is only for your turn, but it is extra damage. So, you know, and it is reliable extra damage. You're not. Give it a try. Give it a try. All right. Heavily armored. Okay. You have to have medium armor training. Increase your constitution or strength score by 1. All right. It used to only be your strength score previously. It is now con or strength. And you gain proficiency in heavy armor. That's actually kind of nice to get the little benefit of increasing your constitution or your strength. Heavy Armor Master. Let's see. Now also increases your con or strength by 1. Again, it used to only be your strength. And when you're hit by an attack while wearing heavy armor, any bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage dealt to you by that attack is reduced by an amount equal to your proficiency bonus. Previously, it was any bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical damage was reduced by 3. Now, it is any bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage, no qualifier for non-magical or otherwise, is reduced by your proficiency bonus. This is a supreme improvement. It will start off at 2, but potentially ratchet all the way up to 6 at higher levels. Once you hit level 5, it is exactly where Heavy Armor Master was previously, except it works for anything. So, definitely a better change. I like it. I'm a big fan. Now, Inspiring Leader was a very useful ability now. I assume it will be nerfed in some aspect, but it will now give you a benefit to your wisdom or charisma. Also requires you to have a wisdom or charisma of 13 or higher. Encouraging performance. At the end of a short or long rest, previously, was it only short rest? That was just 10 minutes. Okay. You can give a inspiring performance, a speech, a song, or a dance. When you choose up to 6 creatures, can include yourself up within 30 feet, those creatures gain temporary hit points equal to 2d4 plus your proficiency bonus. Previously, it was your level plus your charisma modifier. It is now 2d4 plus your proficiency bonus. So it is a lesser overall, although at earlier levels it could be much higher if you roll well on those 2d4. It also now gives you a benefit to your wisdom or your charisma, and it's not tied specifically to your charisma modifier for the increased health, the temporary hit points that you get. And again, it's at the end of any short or long rest. So again, taking short rests every day when you wake up in the morning, you will have these temporary hit points. I don't actually consider this a nerf. People are saying nerf in the chat. Yeah, previously it was you could take 10 minutes and give it, but you also couldn't gain those temporary hit points again until they finished a short or long rest anyway. So now it's everybody's going to start the day with this no matter what, because it's when you finish a long rest. It's definitely buffed for lower levels for sure, because again, it was your level plus your charisma modifier. So at level 1, the most you could have from this would be 6 if you somehow managed to have a level 20 starting charisma. Whereas at level, I mean, you're getting this at level 4, right? So you would have had at most 9. Here, you're going to be getting 2d4 plus your proficiency bonus. So potentially you could be at 10, so you could possibly even have more. And it gives you the bonus to your wisdom or charisma, and it's not locked just into charisma-only classes as well, which is kind of a nice thing. Better, again, at lower levels, and yeah, it's also a nice thing that you'll just be able to recharge this at the end of a short rest, and it's not short rest plus 10 minutes, it's just short rest complete, then it happens. So if you have something like Catnap the spell or Rope Trick or something, you don't have to do those spells and then take an additional 10 minutes to have it happen. It just happens. All right, Keen Mind. Okay. Increase your intelligence score by 1. It always did that. Choose one of the following skills: Arcana, History, Investigation, Nature, or Religion. If you lack proficiency in that, you gain proficiency. And if you have proficiency, you gain expertise. Okay. And you can take the study action as a bonus action. That is a new type of action that we did not have before. Previously, it was you always knew which way was north. You know the number of hours before sunset, and you can recall anything heard within the past month. So, I mean, it's a +1 to your intelligence score. It is potentially a new skill proficiency if you don't have it, or expertise in a skill. Investigation probably would be my investigation, or Arcana would be the one I would choose from. And then again, we'll learn what the study action is as we scroll down. Light armor is the same, right? You gain the lightly armored. You gain the following armor training. Oh, there's no more medium. Lightly armored. You gain the following armor training: light armor, medium armor, and shield. That's a first level feat. Gives you all 3: light armor, medium armor, shield. Okay. Wow. All right. Well, let's go to Mage Slayer now. A feat I always liked in theory, but never took. Increase your strength or dexterity by 1. When you damage a creature that is concentrating, it has disadvantage on the saving throw it makes to maintain concentration. That's the same. And then Guarded Mind. If you fail an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw, you can cause yourself to succeed once per long rest. So almost like your own sort of version of legendary resistance, in a way. You did used to have advantage on saving throws cast with spells cast against you previously. And you could make the attack if someone casts a spell next to you. They kind of removed that in favor of giving you an ability score improvement. You still have forced a disadvantage on concentration, and now basically you can auto-succeed. So I do... This is kind of... Is this a lateral move, maybe? So I think I kind of like it. It is only once per long rest. The Guarded Mind ability, but yeah. All right, Medium Armor Master. So we don't have any more moderately armored feat because it's all baked into lightly armored. So Medium Armor Master, increase your strength or dex by 1. While you're wearing medium armor, you can add 3 rather than 2 to your AC if your dexterity score, if you have a dexterity score of 16 or higher. So that's a little bit of a wording change. While you are wearing medium armor, you can add 3 rather than 2 to your AC. Okay, so that must be part of medium armor. Is it only lets you add a +2, so let's let you add. So it's basically the same as it was before. Yeah, basically the same. Right? Medium Armor Master was... Oh, no, Medium Armor Master didn't... used to say medium armor doesn't give you disadvantage on stealth checks, but it also didn't give you an increase to an ability score, which now it does, and gives you a little bit more benefit from it. So... I guess in that, well, you know what? We also don't know what medium armor provides disadvantage on stealth checks, if at all. So we can't necessarily consider this a nerf yet. All right, Mounted Combatant. Proficiency with a martial weapon. Increase your strength, dexterity, or wisdom score by 1. You have advantage on animal handling checks made to handle or train horses and other beasts employed as mounts. That's new and a nice thing to have. Mounted Strike. While mounted, you have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that is within 5 feet of your mount and at least one size smaller than it. That is kind of the same. Yeah, it's the same. As previously was any melee attacks. This is now any attack rolls against a creature that's within 5 feet of your mount. So in theory, I guess a spell attack roll, or maybe even a ranged attack roll if you're shooting with a bow, like on horseback or something. Previously, it was just melee, so that's more or less the same. Leap Aside. If your mount is subjected to an effect that allows it to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, it instead takes no damage if it succeeds and only half on it if it fails. For your mount to gain this benefit, you must be riding it, and neither of you can be incapacitated. That is the same. Although previously your mount didn't need to be riding it. It just had said that it had basically evasion. It always had that, but now it says for your mount to gain this benefit, you must be riding it, and neither of you can be incapacitated. It makes sense. I do still wish it would clarify that, like, if my horse dodges out of the dragon's breath weapon, and I'm riding the horse, do I also get evasion? You know what I mean? Because, like, if it's a line breath weapon, and I'm sitting on horseback, and the horse dodges, I take 0 points of damage. Do I still have to make the saving throw and roll? That's something that was always debated. If you ever had a paladin in your party, I'm sure you debate this quite often regarding Find Steed, because it's like, how do I do that? Because if the horse can get out of the way, doesn't it pull me with it? And then Veer, while mounted, you can use your reaction to force an attack that hits your mount to hit you instead. So that was also part of it as well. It was not a reaction previously, though. It's like you could just force it as a freebie. Now it is a reaction, which honestly makes sense. So I'd say for the most part, this is an overall buff, especially with the ability score improvement and the mount handler feat or ability there. Observant, increase your intelligence or wisdom score by 1. Choose one of the following skills: insight, investigation, or perception. If you lack proficiency, you gain it. If you have it, you gain expertise. And you can take the search action as a bonus action. This I kind of like because previously it was just you could read people's lips and it would give you the +5 bonus to passive perception and passive investigation. The fact that it gives you a skill proficiency and then potentially expertise in said skill proficiency, and something that I really like, gives you the search action as a bonus action, again, for classes that might not normally have it. This is huge. You just gained a new bonus action utility that you did not have before. All right. This could possibly be another one that's going to piss a lot of people off. Polearm Master. Proficiency with a martial weapon. Increase your... Well, so to your point, Mike Patterson, you said expertise feels better than a bonus to passive. Expertise is going to give you a bonus to passive, right? Because your passive perception is just 10 plus whatever you have in perception, let's say. If you have expertise in perception, it's still going to jack up your passive anyway. So it'll do more or less the same thing and actually be better in the long run. All right, Polearm Master. Increase your strength score by 1. So there's the benefit right there out the gate. Pole Strike. Immediately after you take the attack action and attack with a weapon that has the heavy and reach properties, you can use a bonus action to make a melee attack with the opposite end of the weapon. This attack die, the damage for this die is a d4 and it deals bludgeoning damage. So that still remains the same as far as I can tell. Reactive Strike. While you are holding a weapon that has the heavy and reach properties, you can use your reaction to make one melee attack against a creature that enters the reach you have with that weapon. So they also have removed the concept of tying it to specific weapons of glaive, halberd, quarterstaff, or spear. It now has to be a heavy weapon with reach property. You can still do the butt attack as a bonus action for the d4. And then the reactive strike, again, it was creatures provoke an attack of opportunity for you when they enter your reach. It has since been adjusted to be, you can use your reaction to make one melee attack against a creature that enters the reach you have with that weapon. So I think it is technically a buff overall because of the increase to the strength score. So it says, so no staff or spear. We don't know, but yes, anything that has heavy and reach. And it also adds the way it's worded there, right? Against a creature that enters the reach you have with that weapon. So if you have something that extends, I assume based on that, if you have something that extends the way your reach is, so normally reach is 10 feet. If you're like a bugbear or something with an extended reach, it's whenever they enter whatever that reach is. People are saying it's a nerf since it no longer stacks with Sentinel. Well, I haven't gotten to Sentinel yet, so we'll find out. People are also saying that makes a lance a polearm now in that respect, which I believe is true because they are heavy and they do have reach. Okay. Resilient. Choose an ability score of your choice. Increase that ability score by 1. Gain saving throw proficiency. So that is basically the same. It is still no longer repeatable. But that's interesting because technically as a rogue, you could now at 15th level have proficiency in like dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. If you got to a high enough level. All but one. You basically have to pick one. I assume you'd pick constitution and not strength. Ritual Caster. Now this will be interesting because of the way they told us that ritual casting is now available to anybody who has ritual, like any ritual tags. But all right, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma 13 plus. Increase your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma by 1. Choose 2 first level spells that have the ritual tag from the arcane, divine, and primal spell lists. You always have those 2 spells prepared, and you can cast them without with any spell slots you have. The spell casting ability is tied to this feat. Quick Ritual. With this benefit, you can cast a ritual spell that you have prepared using its regular casting time rather than the extended time for a ritual. Doing so doesn't require a spell slot. Once you cast a spell in this way, you can't do so. Wow, okay. Resilient was never repeatable. It never was. So that's nothing changed there. Resilience never could be repeated. So there's nothing different there. Yeah, Ritual Caster is a huge buff to this, I think. So yeah, so it has a... So let's talk about this, right? One, it still has the benefit of allowing somebody who doesn't have spellcasting to have spellcasting. So your rogue, for example, right? Could get a bonus to intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. Pick 2 spells that have the ritual tag from the arcane, divine, or primal list. They always know those 2 spells, have them prepared, and can cast them with spell slots they have. In this instance, they don't, but they could ritual cast them. Then they also have quick ritual, allowing them to cast one of those using its regular casting time without expending a spell slot once per long rest. So that's great. However, it also has the great benefit of being even better. And this kind of fits into the design philosophy we heard about with some of the feats from the last Unearthed Arcana, which is there are feats that are useful for people who, like, for someone, again, like the rogue who doesn't have spellcasting, but it's also beneficial for spellcasters, right? So you could be, say, a bard, a wizard, whatever. You get 2 more ritual spells of your choice from any one of the spell lists. You always have them prepared and can cast them with your slots. And then again, quick ritual, which is hard to say, works for any ritual spells you have, whether from this feat or from your class, which is pretty nice, right? How many times have you had, I only have Detect Magic as a ritual in my spellbook as a wizard? And you'd be like, well, I can cast it one-off real quick. You know, there you go. I like this a lot. All right, moving on to the Sentinel feat. All right, requires proficiency with a martial weapon, increases your strength or dexterity score by 1. Guardian, immediately after a creature within 5 feet of you takes the disengage action. Interesting. Immediately after a creature within 5 feet of you takes the disengage action or hits a target other than you with an attack, you can make an opportunity attack against that creature. Okay. So they changed the way it works, because originally it was when you can hit a creature, people still provoke attacks of opportunity if they use disengage, and then it also had when a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you, you can use your reaction to make a melee attack against it. So they kind of combined that into one feature. So either a creature within 5 feet of you takes disengage, so it's the second they take the action, you can make the attack. Which I also think is funny, that if you wanted to be a real jerk and one of your allies takes the disengage action next to you, you can hit them if you wanted to, which I think is kind of funny. Or hits a target other than you with an attack roll, you can make an opportunity attack against them, so that's the same. And then halt, when you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the creature's speed becomes 0 for the rest of the turn. So as said, you cannot use it with Polearm Master because it does not specifically state that it is an opportunity attack. It says while you're holding a weapon, you can use your reaction to make 1 melee attack against a creature that enters your reach. Therefore, not saying that creature entering your reach provoke attacks of opportunity essentially shuts down the Sentinel Sharpshooter build, which is fine. I get it. That's the reason why, is right. They're trying to, I feel like, get around some of the things that could potentially, they didn't really break the game in my mind, right? Great Weapon Master, Polearm Master, Sentinel. They didn't break the game. They were just the best options for you. So they're trying to kind of mitigate by adding more other cool options. Anti-fun is a bit of a stretch. It was kind of OP. I would agree. We've all seen it happen. And if you're a martial character in the campaign and you don't use one of those 2 things, you always feel like you're lacking. And this is to kind of balance out the fun, I think. So, yeah. I agree. People are saying it was the best thing you could do. I think it is the best way to go about it. it doesn't remove the identity of those things. They still do the things they should do. Great Weapon Master still lets you do more damage. It still lets you cleave down other enemies. Polearm Master still lets you hit somebody when they enter your strike, your reach range. You just can't multi-stack these things. I think it's fine. I'm on board. Let's keep moving. Sharpshooter. Now we'll see. It's probably going to be a similar thing to Great Weapon Master. Increases your dexterity score by 1, a nice benefit. Your range attacks ignore... Now, it does say your ranged attacks... Oh, with weapons. There it is. Ignore half cover and 3/4 cover. That's the same. Being within... Being within 5 feet of an enemy doesn't impose disadvantage on your ranged attack rolls. And attacking at long range doesn't impose disadvantage. So they removed the sort of extra damage feature part of Sharpshooter, but if this is a buff. This is a buff. I don't care what you say. This is a buff. Overall, it did lose the extra damage that Sharpshooter had. This is a benefit all around, in my mind. Improvement to your dexterity score. Ranged attack, ignore half 3/4 cover. No long range disadvantage, and no disadvantage firing in melee. I like it a lot. Somebody said, does Great Weapon Master... Does it? Hang on. Great Weapon Master. Let's take a look. Immediately after you score a critical hit with a melee attack, when you hit with a heavy weapon... Huh! You could use heavy weapon mastery of Great Weapon Master with a longbow, because a longbow is a heavy weapon, and it says when you hit a creature with a heavy weapon as part of the attack action, you can deal extra damage equal to your proficiency bonus. So potentially, I guess the best way to go about this is Sharpshooter, Great Weapon Master, Great Sword, Longbow. You hit people with the longsword, get the benefit. Shoot them with the longbow, also get the benefit. So I like that actually a lot. That's a cool combo. All right. So after Sharpshooter, we have Shield Master. Okay, I'm interested. I like Shield Master a lot. You need to have shield training. Increases your strength score by 1. If you attack a creature within 5 feet of you as part of the attack action and hit with a melee weapon, you can immediately bash the target with your shield if it's equipped, forcing them to make a strength saving throw, DC equal to 8 plus your strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus. On a failed save, you knock the target prone or push it 5 feet away. You can use this benefit only once on each of your turns. Whoa, that is not a bonus action. It's part of the attack action. I have my shield and my sword. I hit you, and then I can immediately knock you prone to follow up with other attacks. That's nice. That is just a freebie. That is truly a shield master in my mind. Swing and bash, like all in one shot. So you can hit them, knock them prone, and then your follow-up attack or subsequent attacks, if you have more than 2, can be with advantage. Big fan. And then interpose shield. If you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you can use your reaction to take no damage if you succeed interposing the shield. So that's pretty much the same. The only thing is they did remove the benefit of it adding your shield's bonus to the dexterity saving throw against harmful spells and things that hit only you. So, but I do think this is a buff overall. Removing that, but giving you a bonus to strength and then a freebie shield bash, that's the way to go. Interpose, let's see. Allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take... No, it says interpose originally, let's see. Allows you to take... Yeah, so originally it said if you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you can use your reaction to take no damage if you succeed. So that looks to be the same. They just had an option that was like you could add your shield's bonus to a dexterity saving throw of something that targeted only you. That's been removed. So, yeah, they removed that piece, but they gave you the freebie shield bash and a bonus to strength. Yeah, if you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you use your reaction to take no damage. So yeah, that's the same. It doesn't say, it says if you are subjected. If I'm in a group of 10 people and we are all hit with a fireball, I am subjected to a dexterity saving throw that allows me to take only half damage. That's how that works. In my mind, that's how I read it. So whether it's someone targeting me with a singular attack, that I can use that allows, again, if it's a dexterity saving throw that allows you to take only half damage on a success, whether that's them single targeting me with one attack or me being an AoE, I'm still being subjected to a dexterity saving throw. So I think that, yeah, this is, I think, overall a huge buff for Shield Master, and I'm a fan. Skulker now increases your dexterity by 1. You now have, whoa, blind sight out to 10 feet. That's huge. Holy shit. That's a huge benefit. Blind sight out to 10 feet. Exploiting the distractions of battle, you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks to hide, that you make as part of the hide action during combat. And if you make an attack roll while hidden and the roll misses, making the attack roll doesn't end the hidden condition on you. That's great. I like Skulker a lot better. Yeah, it wasn't like the best before, but this is way better. The blind sight alone, like, even if you don't, realistically, even if you don't ever plan on hiding in combat, taking Skulker for the +1 dex and blind sight might be the better call. And it's better than taking the fighting style to get the blind sight that you used to be able to get in the past. This is just way better overall. But it's nice that you have advantage on stealth checks to hide during combat. We don't know how hiding in combat works yet. And then again, if you make an attack roll while hidden, I also like that hidden is now considered a condition, which should make things a little bit easier to understand as we get a little further through this. Speedster, a brand new feat that we never had before. Although it might be a rework of mobile is my guess. Dexterity or Constitution 13+. Increase your Dex or Con by 1. Your movement speed increases by 10 feet if you aren't wearing heavy armor. And when you take the dash action on your turn, difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement. And this is kind of a throwaway feat. This seems like it's kind of a... Did mobile have that originally? Yeah, you could move over. So this is like a worse version of mobile. Because mobile used to just give you 10 feet of movement speed. Now they've limited it to only being without heavy armor. It does increase your Dex or Con, which is nice because I would have figured it would have only been Dex. And it doesn't have the whole no opportunity attacks when you hit somebody. So this might just be, again, for the balance of the game. I don't particularly love it. I don't think the limiting it to only be 10-foot movement speed. I think if you cut this out while you aren't wearing heavy armor, and just, I mean, that would be better, just a 10-foot movement speed increase, but not the best. All right, Spell Sniper. This one I'm very excited to see because this could be very interesting. All right, Spellcasting or Pact Magic. Increase your intelligence, wisdom, or... So this is not for non-spellcasters at this point. It's only for people who can cast spells already. Intelligence, wisdom, or charisma score by 1. Your attack rolls for spells ignore half and 3/4 cover. Being within 5 feet of an enemy doesn't impose disadvantage on attack rolls with spells. And when you cast a spell that has a range of at least 10 feet that requires you to make an attack roll, you can increase the spell's range to 60 feet. So this is kind of a nerf, but not really. I think I like this. I think I like Spell Sniper here overall. So, previously it gave you a spell, which was part of what you could do. You could use it to get a spell, learn to cantrip, but you had to already know at least one spell anyway. It doesn't give you any spells, but it does increase your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma score. You still ignore half and 3/4 cover. It now gives you the benefit to attack in melee, or range spellcast in melee, which it did not do before. It also used to just double the attack roll distance of a spell, which it did not do now, but now it's if a spell has a range of at least 10 feet, that requires an attack roll specifically. So a short range spell, you can bump it out to 60 feet. I don't know. Increase the spell's range by 60 feet. I'm sorry. I was thinking you could bump it out from 10 to 60. No, it's just adding 60 feet to the range. So yeah, it would be a 180-foot firebolt, for example, as people are suggesting. So yeah, it doesn't increase the spell's range to 60 feet, which is how I read. Yes, so Thorn Whip is now 70 feet long to that point, because Thorn Whip requires an attack roll. 70-foot Poison Spray. Poison Spray is an attack roll or a saving throw? It has to be an attack roll. So we'll have to look. Maybe things have changed, right? All right, let's go to Warcaster now. This could also be a big change. Warcaster. Increase your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma by 1. Advantage on constitution saving throws that make concentration. So my idea yesterday of possibly having your spellcasting ability modifier be tied to concentration, that's out the window. It's still constitution. When a creature provokes an attack of opportunity from you by moving out of your reach, you can use your reaction to cast a spell at the creature rather than making an opportunity attack. The spell must have a casting time of 1 action and must target only 1 creature. The only thing I don't see is advantage on constitution saving throws you make. Oh, no, I'm sorry, you do. Oh, okay. So it's the same. They just remove... Oh, no, here it is. That's on the next page. My bad. You can perform the somatic components of spells even when you have weapons or a shield in both hands. So Warcaster is exactly the same, except now it increases your wisdom, intelligence, or charisma by 1. So Warcaster is just a straight up buff across the board. Okay. And then weapon training seems to have replaced weapon master, which is increase your strength or dexterity by 1, and you gain proficiency in martial weapons. A much better improvement than over increase your dex or strength by 1 and pick 4 martial weapons. Now it's just martial weapon proficiency. Better overall. Still probably not the best one to take, but overall a general improvement here. So good for that. I generally, looking at a lot of these, I think I'm a fan of pretty much everything that you see here. Let's go back to the top and just take a look. I'm going to skip over the epic boons because I'm not playing a level 20 more often than not. So, and some of them are, let's see. I think actor, general buffs overall. I think athlete, big buffs, especially if we figure out what the jump action looks like. Charger, huge benefits overall. I love the concept of this great weapon master, sharpshooter, charger, ranger that like moves 10 feet and then shoots somebody. Like that could be really funny. Also, because of the way sharpshooter works, you could move 10 feet up to somebody and then shoot him point blank in the face and it wouldn't have disadvantage. That was pretty cool. Crossbow expert, again, I think a general buff overall. Depends on how the light weapon attack feature works out. Yeah, so Sean God points out in the chat, these are all up to 4th level, so we're likely going to get bigger buffs with higher prerequisite feats. That is true. So potentially 8th there may be feats that have an 8th level requirement and might also have a requirement to have. So for example, folks, there might be like great weapon expert or something that's an 8th level feat that requires you to have great weapon master and then allows you to do the -5 + 10. That might be how it works. Defensive dualist is a buff because it gives you the ability to score improvement. I still wouldn't take it. Dual wielder, a little bit of a nerf depending on how 2-weapon fighting actually works. Durable, straight up buffs across the board. Elemental adept, straight up buffs. Skipping over the epic boons. Fighting styles are kind of a bummer because they don't give you the improvement, but they don't have any prerequisites other than the class that you're in. I think Grappler got an improvement. Great Weapon Master, I'm considering it to basically be... Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't mind the change there. Heavily Armored, fine. Heavy Armor Master, huge improvements. Inspiring Leader, I think it's an improvement overall. It's a slight nerf in some aspects, but in overall, I think it's better. Keen Mind, huge boons there. Lightly Armored, way better, now that it gives medium armor and shield proficiency. Mage Slayer, it's kind of a lateral because you don't have the freebie attacks, the reactionary attacks, but you essentially almost have like a mini legendary resistance. Medium Armor Master, potentially a nerf, depending on how stealthy movement works. Mounted Combatant, definitely better. Observant, better. Polearm Master, slight nerf in the way they changed opportunity attacks, but it's for the better balance of the game. Resilience, the same. Ritual Caster, big benefits across the board, big boons. Sentinel, pretty much the same, except now it has the benefit of giving you an ability score improvement. Sharpshooter, I think, is a buff. Shield Master is a buff. Skulker, a buff. Speedster is a nerfed version of mobile that makes me sad, but I understand it. Spell Sniper, I like as well. Warcaster is pretty much the same, just now it also gives you an ability score improvement. And weapon training is an improvement, but it's still not the best. All right, spell lists. Here we go. What is on the arcane spell list? Here it is. In the schools, it is... Oh, if there's an asterisk, they moved it from a previous school to a new school in this book. So the arcane spell list has Acid Splash, Blade Ward, Chill Touch. They now have Dancing Lights, Firebolt, Friends. Most of these are where you would think they are. I also noticed, once again, that Eldritch Blast is not here. And it is not a first level spell, so I do stand by that. I think that the Warlock will have Eldritch Blast as a class feature. Armor of Agathis, Arms of Hadar, Burning Hands. So it does look like anybody potentially maybe we're going to have Find Familiar. Find Familiar may be accessible to things like sorcerers as well as warlocks right out the gate. I don't believe we're going to have to scroll up. Sorry, watch your eyes here. To okay, so you cannot get Find Familiar. I was just checking. So bards are Divination and Enchantment, Illusion, and Transmutation. I was just checking to see if the bards could get Find Familiar, but they cannot. Fairy Fire? Huh. Fairy Fire is not on the arcane spell list. Interesting. Unless it got bumped up to it. Maybe it might have changed levels too, folks. I don't know. Hex, Enchantment. So I believe Hex is now available to bards based on what I just read. Okay, Jump, Ray of Sickness, Sensors Floating Distance. Thunder Wave is now a transmutation spell. So that means the bards can still get it. Witch Bolt, Blindness, Deafness, now transmutation, which it was not previously. Flaming Sphere is now an evocation spell. It used to be, I think, a conjuration spell. Okay, Phantasmal Force. Shatter is also now a transmutation spell. I think that also used to be evocation. So interesting. I don't think bards can now get Dispel Magic or Counterspell, as it looks like they are both their abjuration. So I don't feel like that is on there anyway. All right, let's see. Sending is now a divination spell. That always kind of made sense to me. Stone Skin, transmutation spell, which again also kind of makes sense to me. Contingency is an abjuration spell. Oh, you know what they didn't say is if anything here has additional ritual tags, but I guess we'll have to comb through that for another time. Let's see. All right, next page. Level 7 spells. Glibness is now enchantment. I wonder how many of these were changed just so they could be like iconic things for the bard. For example, Thunderwave, Glibness, Shatter were always bard spells, but they had to like basically change what type of magic they were so they could still be on the bard spell list. Also, I don't feel like bards can normally get Wish now because it's a conjuration spell. They can counterspell with magical secrets. That is true. Yeah, but they did have Dispel Magic, though. I think most classes, everybody but the Ranger had Dispel Magic, actually. All right. Divine spells. Let's look at here. All right, so we have our level 0 spells. Nothing really different there. But that does technically mean... Oh, no, Divine. So this is Paladin and... as far as we know, Paladin and Cleric. That also potentially means that Paladins have access to these cantrips as well. No, not everybody had Counterspell, no. Okay. Cure Wounds is now an Abjuration spell. Interesting, because Cure Wounds, all the healing spells either used to be Evocation spells. Some of like the Resurrection spells were Necromancy. They still are, looks like. So Cure Wounds is an Abjuration spell. That kind of makes sense to me. Guiding Bolt, Healing Word. Not seeing anything too crazy out of the ordinary here. Find Steed. Does this mean that clerics can cast Find Steed now? Because Find Steed is on the Divine spell list? as far as I can tell, that means that clerics will have Fine Steed right out the gate. Now, we don't know if Fine Steed is going to be the same as it was in 5th edition, or as it was currently, I should say. But yeah, I feel like that means that I thought they were going to actually get rid of Fine Steed as a spell and make Fine Steed sort of a class feature for the Paladin. But yeah, I think that means that clerics will have Fine Steed then. Also, again, reminder that if Paladins do have access to this list, anything you see here from 0 to 5th, potentially Paladins will have access to as well. Which means Paladins might have Mass Healing Word, which would be kind of nice. Also, regular Healing Word. Paladins with Spirit Guardians, also a very dangerous combo, which I do appreciate. Okay. Depends on school restrictions. You are true. That is true. But I don't feel like they're gonna limit the clerics. Maybe they will, but clerics without conjuration magic seems kind of goobery, like weird. Like you're gonna have a cleric without Spirit Guardians, and you can't have a paladin without Fine Steed. So I don't know. That just seems weird. Okay. So not too much because let's check out the primal spell list. So this would be for our rangers now, right? Druidcraft, Guidance, Mending, Message, Poison Spray, Produce Flame, Resistance, Shillelagh, Spare the Dying, and Thorn Whip. So now rangers can get Spare the Dying. It means your ranger could also have Shillelagh, potentially, which is cool. All right, all of these spells here. Let's keep going. Hail of Thorns, Healing Word, which is nice that the ranger now has access to bonus action healing, which is nice. Thunder Wave, good. Oh, you know what? I didn't look. I went to check something. Okay, so clerics and paladins do have access to Dispel Magic. That was one of the things I wanted to check. Yeah, Message is on the primal list, which is kind of cool. Heat Metal, Moonbeam, Locate Object, Call Lightning, no Lightning Arrow, no Lightning Bolts. That's a bummer. Understandable, though. Dispel Magic. So finally, Rangers, you can have Dispel Magic at your disposal for the first time in 5th edition access. So that's pretty cool. Did you just say Divine doesn't get Animate Dead? That's fine. I'm okay with that. Yeah, they don't. Divine Spellcasters don't get Animate Dead. Okay, Revivify. So that's good. That means Rangers and Druids will have a Revivify, which is very useful. Polymorph, Stone Skin, Giant Insect, Conjure Volley, Reincarnate, which means Rangers will technically have access to Reincarnate, which is kind of cool. Heal, move Earth, Sunbeam, Wall of Thorns, Reverse Gravity, Earthquake. Okay, so I think that's a solid amount. We don't know what the underline is for. I'm guessing the underline means they appear in this document. Okay, here we go. The rules glossary, folks. This is the meat and potatoes of this. What's different now? This glossary includes game terms that have new or revised meanings in the playtest document. If a term doesn't appear here, use its definition in the PHB from 2014 or the previous Unearthed Arcana. Ability check. The ability check is one of 3 types of D20 tests. The rules often call for an ability check, and the DM can also call for an ability check determining which ability to use when a roll attempts something other than an attack roll or saving throw. When the outcome is uncertain and narratively interesting, the dice determine the results. The ability check has the following special rules. Skills. When you make an ability check, the rules or the DM determines whether a skill proficiency is relevant to the check. If you have a relevant skill proficiency, you add your proficiency bonus to the roll. For example, if a roll refers to a strength check, acrobatics or athletics, you can add your proficiency bonus to the check if you have acrobatics or athletics proficiency. Okay, I don't think that's too much different there. Action required. Making an ability check requires you to take an action unless a rule says otherwise. Several of the named actions, such as Hide and Influence, which is a new action type, include ability checks. The DM may override this requirement and allow a particular ability check to be made as part of a bonus action or no action at all. Difficulty class. The DM determines the difficulty class of an ability check and can override a DC specific in the rules. The typical DCs are on the table to follow. The default DC for a check is 15. So default is 15 no matter what. And it is rarely worth calling for an ability check if the DC is as low as 5, unless the potential failure is narratively interesting. 100% agree. So very easy. So medium is the standard difficulty, so standard DC across the board is 15. Nearly impossible all the way up to 30, okay? So, and this is an interesting bit here, right? Making an ability check requires you to take an action unless the rules say otherwise, and it says several of the name actions, such as hide and influence, include ability checks with them. And then again, whether a skill proficiency is relevant or not, the DM will decide. If you have the proficiency, you will then add it. So that's pretty much standard. It's just this little extra language here. Armor training. Armor training is the new name for armor proficiency. Any existing rules that involve armor proficiency now apply to armor training. If you wear light, medium, or heavy armor and lack armor training with that type of armor, you have disadvantage on any d20 test you make that involves strength or dexterity. So that's attack rolls, ability checks, or saving throw, and you can't cast spells. If you equip a shield and lack armor training with shields, you don't gain the armor class bonus of the shield. Okay, now artisan tools, they did just improve that or add this in the more recent one. They're changing it here again. Artisan tools are a category of tool with which a category can gain, or sorry, with a character can gain tool proficiency. For a list of artisan tools, see the 2014 PHB, but ignore these prices. They now cost 15 GP a piece. So it seems like that's a change from the previous Unearthed Arcana. They are now 15 gold pieces a piece. Okay. Attack action. When you take the attack action, you can make one attack with a weapon or an unarmed strike. Okay? Equipping weapons. You can equip or unequip one weapon before or after any attack that you make as part of this attack action, even if that attack is with an unarmed strike. Okay. Okay. Equipping weapons. You can equip or unequip a weapon after an attack you make, or as part of this action, even if it's with an unarmed strike. Okay, that makes sense. Moving between actions. If you move on your turn, you can use some or all of that movement to move between attacks of this action if you have a feature such as extra attack that gives you more than one attack. So that's, nothing's changed there. They're just clarifying that you don't have to make your 2 attacks a move. You can attack, move, and then attack again. Same as before, just clarifying the language. Attack roll. The attack roll is one of 3 types of D20 tests. This Unearthed Arcana article uses the rules for the attack rolls and critical hits found in the 2014 Player's Handbook. So you can now crit on attack rolls accordingly, and it automatic failure on a natural 1. Arcane spells. Arcane spells are the Bard, Sorcerer, Warlock, and Wizards, as do Artificers. For a partial list of arcane spells, see the spells list section elsewhere in the document. Okay. Barkskin. This is a new updated spell. Right? Transmutation spell Primal. It is a bonus action to cast. Concentration up to 1 hour. You touch a willing creature to protect it with regenerating bark. Until the spell ends, the target's skin assumes a bark-like appearance, and at the end of each of the target's turns, they gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting ability modifier plus your proficiency bonus. When you cast this with a spell of 3rd level or higher, you can choose 1 additional willing creature. What do we think about this? This is a huge change. Barkskin used to just be your AC is 16. And it was not a concentration spell before, I believe. So it is concentration. It is a bonus action to cast it. But at the start of each of the target's turns, they get temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting ability modifier, whatever that might be, plus your proficiency bonus. So even if they had some of those hit points existing, when it's the start of your next turn, it overrides it. So this is actually probably not a bad spell. Was Barkskin concentration? Oh, if it was concentration, then this is definitely a buff. So yeah, and you can give it to multiple targets. So basically, at the start of each of their turns, they'll just get a temporary pool of hit points to like work through. I think I like this overall. I think this is better. Because it was very rare, in my opinion, that Barkskin was actually a useful thing other than like funky stuff by casting Barkskin while wild shaping was like the one thing I remember Barkskin being used for, because like it was, I think it's like no matter what, your AC can't go under 16 was how it was worded before. But more often than not, people with any kind of armor and a shield had an AC of at least 16 more often than not. So the benefit was you would cast it and then wild shape so that your wild animal form would have 16 AC. I think this is beneficial more so overall. Blind sight. If you have blind sight, you can effectively see within a specific range without relying on physical sight. Within that range, you can effectively see anything that isn't behind total cover, even if you're blinded or in darkness. Moreover, you can effectively see a hidden or invisible creature in that range. Just clarifying what blind sight is, because now some features give you blind sight. Climb speed. A climb speed can be used to move on a vertical surface without expending an extra movement associated with climbing. A climb speed can also be used in any situation in which your speed is usable. Some creatures have the spider climb trait, which allows them to climb speed to work even on the underside of horizontal surfaces. So having a climb speed does not guarantee you the ability to climb on walls like Spider-Man, but it allows you to basically move. That's pretty much the same. Creature type, nothing really new there. D20 tests. It encompasses ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws. If something in the game affects D20 tests, it affects all 3 of these rolls. Whenever a character rolls a 1 for a D20 test, they gain Heroic Inspiration, which is what they're calling it. Which I like that they're calling it Heroic Inspiration, because that separates it enough from in-game inspiration, Bardic Inspiration. Giving it a qualifier makes that a little bit nicer. And Barkspin also used to be an action to cast before. The DM determines whether a D20 test is warranted in any given circumstances. Dash action. Taking the dash action allows you to make a bonus move during your current turn. So it sounds like move might be qualified as an action now. Difficult terrain. If a space is difficult terrain, every foot of movement in that space costs 1 extra foot. For example, moving 5 feet through difficult terrain costs 10 feet of movement. Difficult terrain isn't cumulative. Either a space is difficult terrain or it isn't. A space is difficult terrain for a creature if it contains any of the following. Creature that isn't tiny. Okay, so if someone's in the space and they're not tiny sized, that space is difficult terrain. Furniture that is small or larger. Heavy snow, heavy undergrowth, ice, liquid that's between shin and waist deep. Any deeper, you need to swim. Narrow opening that is the size for a creature 1 size smaller. Pit or another gap of 2 to 5 feet. Rubble, slope of 20 degrees or more. Okay, so that's what we kind of can consider difficult terrain. All right. Divine spells for clerics and paladins. Fair enough, we kind of knew that. Exhausted the condition, a new updated version of exhaustion. While you are subjected to the exhausted condition, known in older books as exhausted condition as exhaustion, you now experience the following effects. This condition is cumulative. Each time you receive it, you gain 1 level of exhaustion. You die if your exhaustion level exceeds 10. It was 7 before, it's now 10. D20 rolls affected. When you make a D20 test, you subtract your exhaustion level from the D20 roll. So that is attack rolls, ability checks, saving throws. From when you start with 1 level of exhaustion, it's a -1. And it will go up all the way cumulatively to a -9 when you die at a -10. Spell save DC is affected. Subtract your exhaustion level from the spell save DC of any spells you cast. That's a huge change. And then ending the condition. Finishing a long rest removes 1 of your levels of exhaustion. When your exhaustion level reaches 0, you are no longer exhausted. I think I like this. I think I like this a lot, actually. 6 or 7, or whatever it was. I think I like this a lot. Exceeds 10, not reaches. You die at 11. Okay, you're right. So you die if your exhaustion level exceeds 10. So you can potentially have up to a -10 on attack rolls, ability checks, saving throws, and your spell save DCs. But I also like this because if people want to really soldier through the exhaustion and just keep pushing, they can, and they just have to kind of rely on like knowing you're going to have these negatives. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm on board with this exhausted condition change. Expertise. If you gain expertise, you gain it in a skill in which you have proficiency. You can never have expertise in the same skill more than once. When you make an ability check with a skill proficiency in which you have expertise, your proficiency bonus is doubled for that check. No problem. That's the same. Okay? A fly speed. Fly speed can be used to move through the air. While you have a fly speed, you can stay aloft until you land, fall, or die. While flying, you fall if you are incapacitated or restrained. If you have the hover trait, you can stay aloft even while incapacitated or restrained. Nice little clarifier there. I like it. Gaming set. Basically, now they all just cost 1 GP apiece. Grapples. This is an update from the previous grappled condition. While you are grappled, you experience the following effects. Your speed is 0 and can't change. You have disadvantage on attack rolls against any target other than the person grappling you. The grappler can drag or carry you, but the grappler suffers the slowed condition while moving unless you are tiny or 2 or more sizes smaller than the grappler. Okay? Escape. While grappled, you can make a dexterity or strength saving throw against the grappler's escape DC at the end of each of your turns, ending the condition on yourself on a success. The condition also ends if the grappler is incapacitated or if something moves you outside the grappler's range without using your speed. Well, Sickening Radiance wasn't... some people are saying, what about Sickening Radiance? It wasn't a player's handbook spell. It was a Volo's guide, or a Xanathar's guide spell, so it wouldn't be there anyway. Again, that was only the spells in the player's handbook, nothing outside of it. So I don't know how much has changed between this version of the grappler condition and the one from the previous Unearthed Arcana. Yeah, so I still like this grappled condition. I think it works. I think it also works very well if you look at how the grappled condition works with... it used to be athletics or acrobatics check versus their athletics or acrobatics check, but it also required you to use an action on your turn to attempt to break the grapple. It is now, you get to do this every time at the end of your turn. You can attempt to break the grapple. And it also gives you disadvantage on attack rolls against anybody except the person doing the grappling. And then it also can benefit very greatly from the Grappler feat that we just talked about that you can get in this book. I'm actually going to go ahead and on the other screen here, pull up another version of this so I can flip back and forth. Also, there are 1,200 people here. What, you guys are crazy. Thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. I don't actually think grappling is worse. I think this is actually better overall because all grappling did before was set your movement speed to 0. And now it allows it hamper if you grapple somebody. That person now has disadvantage on attack roll. So even if you're right next to somebody in current 5th edition, I'm standing here, you're standing here, and your ally's standing here, and I grapple you, or you grapple me, I could attack your ally right next to you. Like, oh, I got you, you can't move, and I can just wail on your ally like it's no problem. Now I could do that, but I'd have disadvantage on the attack roll. So I think that is generally a boon overall, in my opinion. The fact that they gave, you can move the people, but you suffer this new condition called slowed. However, the slowed condition is you don't have to necessarily follow it I like that if they're 2 sizes smaller or tiny size, you're not considered slowed because you're just that much bigger. You can pull and move them with you. I like that. The only thing that's kind of a nerf, or depending, right, it's not a skill check anymore, right? It used to be an athletics or acrobatics check, which meant if you had something like expertise in athletics or acrobatics, you could pretty much guarantee that people either, 1, weren't going to break your grapple, or 2, you weren't going to be, or you would always break it depending on the situation. So now, in my mind, it's harder to do because it's a dexterity or strength saving throw, but they offset that by allowing you to make that saving throw for free at the end of your turn. Pulling up the Grappler feat alongside it over here, just to give a little bit of a comparison. With these new rules, the Grappler feat says you have advantage against anyone you have grappled. So you grapple them, they have disadvantage on attack roll against anybody except for you. You have advantage against them. You aren't slowed when you go to move them, provided they are your size or smaller. So they don't have to be 2 sizes smaller. They don't have to be tiny. You don't have to suffer the slow condition to move them. And when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action, you can deal whatever damage you would normally do to them and then also freebie grapple them once per turn. All right, guidance spell. Everybody's been telling me, wait till you see guidance, because they're going to tell me guidance sucks now. And, well, we'll see, right? So it's a divine and primal spell. It is a reaction now, which you take in response to you or an ally within 30 feet of you failing an ability check. It has a range of 30 feet. You channel magical insight to the creature who failed the ability check. That creature can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the check, potentially turning it into a success. Once a creature rolls the die for this spell, that creature can't benefit from the spell again until they finish a long rest. Yes, that is a massive nerf to guidance, 100%. So I have thoughts, okay? Guidance is almost a game-breaking spell. Let's be real. We all know this. It's the best cantrip in the game. It's the best spell in the game. The fact that you can reliably deal out a d4 to all ability checks with no downside whatsoever as often as you want, yeah, it's a little much. I think we can all agree with that, okay? I'm not surprised it's getting changed. I think this is a little too hard in the other direction. I would say give it a react. I would remove this bit here. Once a creature rolls the die for this spell, they can't benefit from the spell again until they finish a long rest. That's way too much restriction for a cantrip, right? Like, this is a level 0 spell. Pull out the last bit, leave it the way it is, and I'm okay with it. I think, because what you used to be able to do is just as an action, cast guidance. It also now no longer has a concentration duration for it, which it did previously. Which you can basically be like, oh, you're going to do a thing? Here, have guidance so that you're better at the thing that you're doing. Okay? We all know that that's how everybody did it. And it'd be like, oh, wait, guidance. Can I get guidance, guidance, guidance? It was basically like you need guidance in your party in some way, or you're going to be like, it's going to hurt to not have it. I would say if you remove this long rest requirement and keep it as the rest of it as it is, that's fine. Right? What it does now is it prevents people from preemptively casting guidance all the time. It prevents people constantly asking, hey, can you give me guidance? It also prevents the concept of people being like, well, I'll just roll a d4 because you're going to give me guidance, even if you're in a situation where casting guidance doesn't make sense because, like, I'm trying to convince this person with a persuasion check. Oh, wait, guidance. Like, nobody finds it weird that the cleric is muttering spell words at you to give you guidance to then do better. I would say if you keep it without the long rest requirement, it's a reaction and it only works in regards to failing an ability check. So it's not something that you can do all the time to preemptively boost a number. It's a reaction that happens when someone fails. That I think is actually okay. It kind of removes some of the game bogging down of guidance as it stands, but limiting it to once a long rest, I would never take this spell. Why would I use? I mean, well, I guess here's the other thing, right? Consider this, which I just thought of. Normally, in the past, cantrips were locked, right? You took a cantrip and you knew it and that was it. Now you can change your cantrips on a long rest. So if you don't need guidance, you don't need guidance. Don't take it that day. But as a cantrip, something that I should be able to do all the time, hard limiting it to a long rest per character. Yeah, I think that's a little bit rough, personally. So I would keep it to D4. I would let it be a reaction to a failure. Just remove the long rest. And that's the feedback that I will be providing to Wizards of the Coast when I fill out the survey. Asant says it makes it more in line with how many people already want to do it. That's also true. I'm not surprised. If your class cantrips are bad, you're going to take, you're going to take this anyway. Yeah. It's a good rebalance. I think the long rest requirement's rough. Okay. Help action. Brand new way we're going to deal with the help action. Okay. Choose assist ability check. Choose one of your skill proficiencies and one out. This is what I do already. Choose one of your skill proficiencies and one ally you can see or hear, or who can see or hear you. You give advantage to the next ability check that ally makes with the chosen skill. This benefit expires if the ally doesn't use it before the start of your next turn. To give this assistance, you must be near enough to the ally to assist verbally or physically when the ally makes the check. The DM has final say. So this is something that I always used to do, which was you can't use the help action to assist on an ability check unless you're proficient in the ability. That was my sort of way of being like, well, there's no reason for me to not help you. Hey, I'm going to make an Arcana check to read this book. Well, I'll help you and give you advantage, which per game mechanics works, but it doesn't make any sense. So reaction, guidance, no cooldown is like always on each time someone's failed. Well, it's still limited to your reaction. So if it's in combat, there's that. But yeah, new video interviews. We'll get to that after this. Already going. What are we at? 2.5 hours. We'll keep going. So yeah, assist ability check. You have to be proficient in the ability to be able to provide advantage on the next ability check the ally makes with the chosen skill. Assist attack roll. You momentarily distract an enemy within 5 feet of you, granting advantage to the next attack roll by one of your allies against that enemy. This benefit expires at the start of your next turn. So you say, hey, I'm going to use the help action on this enemy, and the next ally who attacks gets advantage on the attack roll. So that works. Okay, I'm good with that. So no more familiar and help action in combat. Why does it say character? I don't see any reason why. Why wouldn't the familiar be able? If your familiar is proficient with, say, perception, it can give you advantage on perception checks. Yes, essentially. But it should still be able to assist with the attack roll. So yeah, familiar can assist in combat seemingly just fine. Heroic Inspiration. When you have Heroic Inspiration, also called Inspiration, you can expend it to give yourself advantage on a d20 test. You decide to do so immediately after rolling the d20. Gaining Heroic Inspiration. A player gains Heroic Inspiration if the character rolls a 1 for a d20 test. That 1 must be on the d20 used for the test's total, not on a d20 that was rolled or discarded. Re-rolled or discarded, yes, so not an advantage or whatever. This Heroic Inspiration represents a character's resolve to do better after fumbling at an attempt. I like this rule a lot. I'm on board with this. Only one at a time. You can never have more than one instance of Heroic Inspiration. If something gives you more than one and you already have it, you can give it to somebody else. Okay, perfect. Fine. Okay. Hidden Condition is now a condition hidden, which I like. Concealed. While you are hidden, you experience the following effects. Concealed, you are affected by any effect that requires... Yes, they had said that they changed it to not be... Sorry, Heroic Inspiration, they had changed it to not be rolling a 20 on a d20 test. It's now rolling a natural 1, which I like that. Concealed. You aren't affected by any effect that requires its target to be seen. Okay. Clunky wording, but what that means is like if they can see you, they can attack you with a spell or something. Surprise. If you are hidden when you roll initiative, you have advantage on the attack roll. That's what I imagine as surprise is going to be. It's just advantage on the attack roll. Attacks affected. Attack rolls against you have disadvantage, and your attack rolls have advantage. Okay? Ending the condition. The condition ends. The hidden condition ends on you immediately after any of the following occurrences. You make a sound louder than a whisper. An enemy finds you. You make an attack roll. You cast a spell with a verbal component, verbal only, mind you, folks, or you aren't heavily obscured or behind cover. I like this. I like this a lot. This is so much cleaner and easier to understand, I feel like, than what exists currently in the game. Making it a condition, I think, works very well. It's a positive. You probably should call it a boon, because it's not a condition. I feel like often with our video game mentality, condi is often a negative side effect, and then like you have your boons and your conditions. But I understand, like, this is how we're qualifying it. So condition, right? Well, let's take a look at the Skulker feat, since you're saying that it nerfs it. But Let's see. So the hidden condition. You can't be affected by anything that requires you to be seen because you're concealed. If you are hidden when you roll initiative, you have advantage on the attack roll. I like that. That's very nice, right? Attack rolls against you have disadvantage, and your attack rolls have advantage. That's the same as it always has been. And then again, it ends if you make a sound louder than a whisper, make an attack roll, cast a spell with a verbal component, or aren't heavily obscured. The new updated Skulker feat says if you make an attack roll while hidden and the attack roll misses, making it doesn't end the hidden condition on you. So I think that's actually pretty damn good. If you miss, you're still hidden. You don't even have to make a new hide check. You're still hidden. Did I say attack roll? I meant it. Well, yeah, but your attack rolls have advantage while you are hidden. Sorry, did I say that? If you're hidden when you make initiative, you have advantage on the roll. Sorry, and then your attack rolls have advantage. So yeah, I agree. I misspoke when I read it, but it's the same functionality is there. Yes, so advantage on initiative rolls, which seems to be what surprise is. I also imagine that if you are surprised as per the condition, you will have disadvantage on attack rolls if the enemies catch you surprised. I think that's how that works. But anyway, yes, so attacks against you, disadvantage, your attack's advantage. It ends when one of those things happen, unless you have the new updated Skulker feat, which means that while you're hidden and the attack roll misses, it doesn't end the hidden condition on you. I mean, surprise rounds were never a thing. Surprise was a condition. It wasn't a surprise round, right? You could, if the enemy was surprised, they were incapacitated and couldn't do things. There was never technically a surprise round. It was just the first round of combat. Either way, that's semantics. Okay, hide. With the hide action, you try to conceal yourself. To do so, oh, this is different. Hang on. To do so, you must make a DC 15 stealth check while you're heavily obscured or hidden behind 3/4 cover or total cover, and you must be out of any visible enemy's line of sight. If you can see a creature, you can discern whether it can see you. On a successful check, you are hidden. Make note of your check's total, which becomes the DC for a creature to find you with a wisdom check perception. So, you can hide behind, and in anything where you're heavily obscured, you can hide behind 3/4 or total cover, and you must be out of the enemy's eye line, basically, for you to be able to hide. You only need to make a DC 15 stealth check to hide. However, the total number of your check is what they will need to be able to find you with a perception check. Much, much cleaner. And that kind of makes sense. And I think there was... Did I remember seeing something that said, like, you basically can hide while in under total cover? Something like that? Was that a thing that the Ranger had? Am I making that up? Nature's Veil. Okay, that's just to become invisible. And did the Rogue have something? Sorry, I'm just trying to remember what we already looked at. They always have advantage on stealth checks. Okay, maybe I'm making this up. Maybe there was maybe that was the Skulker feat. Yeah, what did the Skulker feat say? You exploiting the distractions of battle. You have advantage on any dexterity check you make as part of the hide action during combat. So there you go. And it says becomes the DC for a creature to find you with a wisdom check perception. So it does sound like it is an active check, not a passive check, but we'll see. Incapacitated, the condition. You cannot take actions or reactions. Your concentration is broken. You cannot speak. And if you are incapacitated when you roll initiative, you have disadvantage on the roll. Okay. So let's compare that to the existing condition. I think the only thing different is now it breaks your concentration. I don't think it said that before. Yeah, previously, incapacitated meant you can't take actions or reactions. In theory, your concentration would still stay up, and you could technically speak, at least if you think about it by semantics here. So it's the same DC no matter to hide if it's dense or thin brush. Don't know if I like that. Well, it specifically says... I heavily obscured 3/4 cover or total cover to hide. So consider that. Influence, a new action, folks, a new action for combat. With the influence action, you can try to influence another creature to do something you request or demand. This is huge because this will solve so many player problems, I can already tell. This action can be used only by creatures can only be used on creatures controlled by the DM, and it isn't mind control. It can't force a creature to do something that is counter to the creature's alignment or that is otherwise repugnant to the creature. This action has 3 main parts: attitude, interaction, and a charisma check. Attitude. A creature's attitude determines how a character can influence that creature. Each DM's controlled creature has one of the following attitudes towards the player characters. Indifferent. This is the default attitude for DM-controlled creatures. An indifferent creature might help or hinder the party depending on what the creature sees as most beneficial. A creature's indifference doesn't necessarily make it standoffish or disinterested. Indifferent creatures might be polite and genial, surly and irritable, or anything in between. A successful charisma check is often necessary when the adventurers try to persuade an indifferent creature to do something. Friendly. A friendly creature wants to help the adventurers and wishes for them to succeed. For tasks or actions that require no particular risk, effort, or cost, friendly creatures often help happily. If an element of personal risk is involved, a successful charisma check might be required to convince a friendly creature to take that risk. Hostile. A hostile creature opposes the adventurers and their goals, but doesn't necessarily attack them on sight. The adventurers need to succeed on one or more challenging charisma checks to convince a hostile creature to do anything on the party's behalf. However, the DM might determine that hostile creatures is so ill-disposed towards the character that no charisma check can sway it, in which case the first check fails automatically and no further influence checks attempts can be made on the creature unless its attitude shifts. Interaction. When you make the influence action, either roleplay how your character interacts with the creature or describe your character's behavior. I really like this because it's saying, like, you could just make the check if you don't feel comfortable, role-playing it out, or describe it. Focusing on your character's request or demand. If the interaction is especially suited to the creature's desires and outlook, the DM might grant advantage to your subsequent check and might temporarily shift a hostile creature to indifferent or an indifferent creature to friendly. Similar, if the interaction is particularly irksome to the creature, the DM might impose disadvantage on your subsequent check or might temporarily shift a friendly creature to indifferent or an indifferent creature to hostile. Ability check. To determine whether your request or demand is successful, you make a charisma check. Charisma check, animal handling, deception, intimidation, or persuasion. Does that mean charisma is an animal handling? Animal handling is a charisma check now? The applicable skill determines on the interaction, with animal handling being reserved for beasts and monstrosities. Whoa! Hold on, folks. Animal handling works on beasts and monstrosities. So make a charisma check, animal handling, deception, intimidation, or persuasion. The applicable check depends on the interaction, with animal handling being reserved for beasts and monstrosities. Also, each request or demand requires a different check. The creature's attitude determines the DC required to achieve a specific response, as shown in the influence table response. DC 10, the creature does as asked as long as no risks or sacrifice are involved. This is if they are indifferent. DC 20, the creature accepts a minor risk or sacrifice to do as asked. If they are friendly, DC 10, they accept a minor risk or sacrifice to do as asked. DC 20, they accept a significant risk or sacrifice to do as asked. And hostile, with a 10, they offer no help but no harm. And a DC 20, they offer help as long as no risk or sacrifice are involved. So we can now influence beasts and monstrosities. Now, I wonder if because of kind of the wording we heard from ability checks earlier on, if ability checks are a little more fluid now and it won't be like stealth, dexterity, it'll be stealth check, and then the DM decides if this is a stealth check based on, whatever. I'm not sure. They also, again, mentioned acrobatics with strength earlier on. So I'm wondering if things are a little more fluid on the ability score used, and that's on the DM to decide. I get that, and that's kind of always been a rule in the game where you could pick something different, but I think that will add more confusion in the long run, but we'll see. But either way, I like that. Beasts and monstrosities with animal handling. Invisible, a new condition, or actually no, invisible was always a condition. Let's see how it changes, right? Unseeable. You can't be seen, so you aren't affected by any effect that requires its target to be seen. Any equipment you are wearing or carrying also can't be seen. They also specifically state any equipment, so this gets rid of any of the concepts of people carrying somebody else and turning them invisible. Surprised. If you are invisible when you roll initiative, you have advantage on the roll. Attacks affected. Attack rolls against you have disadvantage, and your attack rolls have advantage. All right, so that's pretty much the same. It also previously they had specific rules. I think this works out, right? It's just a little bit easier. And again, it seems like surprise is something not necessarily that you'll interact with constantly. It's just something that can be applied in other ways. Again, for this example, if you're invisible when initiative is rolled, you have advantage on initiative. Somebody said that possibly Mounted Combatant mentioned animal handling. It does. Mounted Combatant mentions you have advantage on wisdom checks, animal handling. So, yeah, this says you have advantage on... Oh, notice the rewording. It used to say, yeah, it's you make a charisma check, and then it lists the skill, just like for... or maybe that's just the way they always did it, and I'm just noticing it now. For animal handling, it says you have advantage on wisdom checks, animal handling. But yes, I do think that they changed in unseeable to include any equipment you're wearing or carrying, so you don't have to worry about, like, what if I carry my halfling companion and then I turn invisible? It says anything I'm wearing or carrying, and I'm carrying them. Do they become invisible? So, all right. This is one that I'm actually pretty excited about. The jump action, which is now an action. With the jump action, you attempt to leap more than 5 feet. A jump of 5 feet or less is treated as difficult terrain. When you take this action, your speed must be greater than 0, and you must make a DC 10 strength check, acrobatics, or athletics. If you don't move at least 10 feet immediately before this attack, you have disadvantage on the check. On a failed check, you leap 5 feet horizontally or vertically. On a successful check, the check's total determines the distance in feet that you can clear horizontally, or half that total if you're jumping vertically rounded down. This jump doesn't expend your movement, but the distance you clear can't exceed your speed. Okay. So, this is a way to get around the concept that everybody complains about, which is like, if I have a crazy jump speed, and like based on the way the rules were designed, I could jump 60 feet, but my movement speed is 30, I could only jump 30. This kind of makes the jump action an action, so it kind of almost works like a dash, depending, right? You jump, you can use it. It is your action, it is part of your movement. Or no, it is not part of your movement, rather, but then you can also move separately. Okay. So, and again, the athlete feat gives you advantage on any ability checks you make using the jump action. So, you take an action to jump. Your speed has to be greater than 0. You need to make a DC 10 strength or DC 10 strength, acrobatics, or athletics check. If you don't move 10 feet, it has disadvantage. So the way that works too with athlete is previously it was like you can make a running start without having to move 10 feet. If you were to do that, you'd have disadvantage from the jump action, but the athlete feat would give you advantage, so it would be a straight roll. So fundamentally, that's the same. However, if you move 10 feet and jump, you now have advantage on that check. On a failed check, again, you move 5 feet horizontally. On a successful check, it totals the whatever you roll is the total distance in feet that you can clear horizontally or half vertically. And it doesn't expend your movement, but you can't roll higher than, like, if you have 30 feet of movement, you can't jump 40 feet. You can jump 30 and then still move as you wish. So I like that quite a bit. The jump spell is still in here, so it does technically triple your jump distance as it's written currently. So I guess you'd still be hard limited by your jump distance. Light weapon property. Here it is, folks. Light weapons. When you take the attack action on your turn with a light weapon in one hand, you can make one extra attack. You can make one extra attack as part of the same action. That extra attack must be made with a different light weapon in the other hand, and you don't add your ability modifier to the extra attack's damage. You can make this extra attack only once on each of your turns. For example, if you take the attack action on your turn and have a short sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, each of which has the light property, you can make one attack with each weapon, but you don't add your strength or dexterity modifier to the damage roll of the second weapon. So it doesn't use your bonus action. You can just do this without expending a bonus action. That's huge, folks. That's big. That's dual scimitar, dual short swords. You have extra attack. You're making 3 attacks a turn and still have access to your bonus action. In theory, a rogue with 2 short swords makes a thief rogue at level 17, makes 2 attacks with their short swords, and then has 2 bonus actions. Like, this is crazy. All right, let's go check out the dual wielder feat now to read that. Enhanced dual wielding. While you are holding a weapon with a light property in one hand, you can treat a non-light weapon in the other as though it had the light property. So you'll never be able to dual wield long swords, but you could wield a long sword and a short sword, as per how that's written, right? So one non-light weapon, one light weapon, and they can both be considered light. Then there is the fighting style, 2-weapon fighting. When you make the attack of the light weapon property, you can add your ability modifier to that damage. So 2-weapon fighting lets you treat that as normal. So that's as that works. So to your point, Mike Patterson, as a dual-wielding ranger, you could Hunter's Mark on your first turn, bonus action, then attack twice, both of which being affected by the Hunter's Mark. That's pretty good. I'm just trying to think, was there anything else that affected the 2-weapon fighting? I thought I recall that there was. I thought there was something else, but maybe I'm misremembering. It's also not locked to melee weapons anymore. That is also true. You can do this with thrown weapons. You can also rage and dual wield now. People are throwing out there. That is true. Crossbow Expert. Thank you. All right, let's check Crossbow Expert. What did it say differently? Crossbow Expert states, where is it? Crossbow Expert states, dual wielding. When you make the extra attack of the light weapon property, you can add your ability modifier to the damage of that extra attack if it's with a crossbow that has the light property. So it's the same kind of thing. Crossbow Expert and like 2-weapon fighting has that now. But there's no bonus action required. So you still have your bonus action. So yes, Rage, dual wielding, Hunter's Mark, dual wielding, Hex, dual wielding, whatever you want to do as a bonus action, and then also dual wielding. Pretty cool. A long rest. A long rest is a period of extended downtime, at least 8 hours long, available to any creature which means monsters as well. During a long rest, you sleep for at least 6 hours and perform no more than 2 hours of light activity, such as reading, talking, or eating or standing watch. If you finish a long rest, you get all of your hit points back. You regain all spent hit dice. And if your hit point maximum was reduced, it returns to normal. Ability score restored. If your ability scores were reduced, they return to normal. You can't benefit from more than one long rest in a 24-hour period, and you must have at least one hit point at the start of a long rest to gain its benefits. If a long rest is interrupted by combat or by 1 hour of walking, casting spells, or similar activity, the rest confers no benefit but must be restarted. If the rest was at least 1 hour long, you get a short rest. No longer half hit dice. You get all hit dice back on a long rest, which makes the durable feat, allowing you to bonus action heal yourself with your hit dice, much better because you get them all back on a long rest. So see, people are saying Feeble Mind gone after a day now. That may be different depending on how Feeble Mind is worded. So the general rule is that any ability score reduction is returned to normal after a long rest. Feeble Mind may have a specific rule that says it is a month long. As such, reading that, the specific beats the general. So, okay, magic action. Oh, when you take the magic action, you cast a spell that has a casting time of an action or you use a magic item that requires an action to be activated. If you cast a spell that has a casting time of 1 minute or longer, you must take the magic action on each of the turn of the casting, and you must maintain concentration while you do so. If your concentration is broken, the spell fails, but you don't expend the spell slot. Okay, so it does sound stupid calling it the magic action. I agree, but I get it. So it's casting a spell or using a magic item. I also like that they said if you're casting something that has a casting time of 1 minute or longer, again, this has always been the case, but you're concentrating on it. You have to continue using the magic action as your action every turn. And then again, if it's broken, you don't lose the spell slot. So you could, yes, use a bonus action while you're doing this. Move. When you move, you can go a distance equal to your speed or less. For example, if you have a speed of 30, you can go up to 30 feet when you move. Difficult terrain can slow you down. Breaking up your move. You can break up your move using some of its movements before and after any action you take on the same turn. For example, if you have a speed of 30, you could go 10 feet, take an action, and then go 20 feet. Nothing different there. Moving around other creatures. During your move, you can pass through the space of an ally, an incapacitated creature, a tiny creature, or a creature 2 sizes larger or 2 sizes larger or smaller than you. Larger or smaller, interesting. Another creature's space is difficult terrain for you unless that creature is tiny. You can't willingly end your move in a space occupied by another creature. Climbing and swimming. You can use your speed to climb or swim. Some creatures also have a climb speed or a swim speed. If you use your speed to climb or swim, each movement costs 1 extra foot. For example, if you swim or climb 5 feet, and you must spend 10 feet of movement to do so. If you're swimming or climbing through difficult terrain, that 5 feet of movement costs 15 feet. Special speed. Some creatures have special speeds, such as a climb, fly, or swim speed. If you have more than one speed, you must choose which one to use each time you make the move. For example, if you have a speed and a climb speed, you can use one of those speeds when you move, but not both during the same move. Oh. Huh? Okay. If you take more than one move on a turn and have more than one speed, each move can use the same speed or a different one. For example, if you have a speed and a fly speed and you take the dash action on your turn, you could use your speed for the move and your speed and your fly speed for the dash, or vice versa. So I can't run up to a wall and then climb it with my climb speed. I can either use my speed or my climb speed, not both. I guess the reasoning behind that is in some instances, some people have a climb speed different than their movement speed. So that kind of gets into a weird thing where, like, okay, I've walked 20 feet already, but I only have a 20-foot climb speed. Can I still climb more if I have 30 feet of movement? So actually, I think it's less complicated. Because, yes, so think about like a Tabaxi has a 20-foot climb speed, or at least they used to have a 20-foot climb speed, and you have 30 feet of movement. You move 20 feet to a wall, or you have 40 feet of movement. You know, whatever, it's just a weird thing where you have multiple speeds. I'm feeling they're probably going to change that, or they just make it so that everything is equal to your speed. Nothing gives you like a funky speed, like 10 movement speed of this or 20 of that. But it also, again, to that point, it was the same thing for monsters too, right? You know, shark is, something, dragon dives into the water with its fly speed. It now can't swim anywhere. It's stuck. Speed of 0. If an effect zeroes your movement speed for any time, the special speed you have is also zeroed for the time. For example, if you have a speed and a climb speed, both speeds are zeroed if you're subjected to the grapple condition. Musical instruments are now 20 gold piece apiece. Primal spells are for druids and rangers. Ritual casting. If you have a ritual spell, or you have a spell prepared that has the ritual tag, you can cast that spell as a ritual. A special feature is no longer required for ritual casting. All of the rules in the PHB apply. Search action. When you take the search action, you make a wisdom check to discern something. Oh, they combine this with like medicine checks and stuff. You make a wisdom check to discern something that isn't obvious. The search table suggests which skills are applicable when you take this action. Insight. Search a creature, determine a creature's state of mind. Medicine, determine a creature's ailment. Perception, concealed creature or object. Survival, tracks or food. So you use the search action to do pretty much anything to find something they specifically state that isn't obvious, right? You don't look in the room for the elephant in the room. It's there, you know? Yes, paladins and rangers can now ritual cast, which they could not before. Also, sorcerers can ritual cast, and warlocks as well. Short sword. A short sword is now a simple weapon rather than a martial weapon. Okay, simple change there. Slowed condition. You must spend 1 extra feet of movement for every foot you move. Attack rolls against you have advantage while you're slowed, and you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. All right, study. This is a new action. When you take the study action, you make an intelligence check to study your memory, a book, a creature, a clue, an object, or another source of knowledge, and call to mind an important piece of information about it. Knowledge checks are back in the game. Hell yes. This is what I'm talking about. This is good stuff. Okay. The areas of knowledge table suggest which skills are applicable when you take this action, depending on the area of knowledge the intelligence check is about. Arcana. I love this so much. Arcana. Spells, magic items, eldritch symbols, magical traditions, planes of existence, and certain creatures, aberrations, constructs, elementals, fays, and monstrosities. History. Historic events and people, ancient civilization, wars, and certain creatures, giants, and humanoids. Investigation. Traps, ciphers, riddles, and gadgetry. Nature. Terrain, flora, weather, and certain creatures, beasts, dragons, oozes, and plants. Religion. Deities, religious hierarchies, and rites, holy symbols, cults, and certain creatures, celestials, fiends, and undead. Wonderful. This is fantastic. And Keen Mind actually helps with this, right? That does the thing now. This is the study action, right? Suggest which skills to get intelligence about, and then Keen Mind gives you study action as a bonus action. So you could do this as a bonus action during your combat to get information about a creature. Swim speed. Swim speed can be used to move through a liquid without expending the extra movement normally associated with swimming. Tool proficiency. If you have proficiency with a tool, you add your proficiency bonus to any ability check you make with it. Pretty standard. If you have proficiency in a skill that's also used with the check, we covered this in another video, but this means you have advantage on the check, so it can be beneficial to have proficiency in a tool and an ability check. Again, the best example is musical instrument proficiency in the performance check. If you have proficiency with a lute and you're making a performance check, you have advantage on the roll. Teleportation. Teleportation is a special kind of magical transportation. If you teleport, you disappear and reappear elsewhere instantly, without moving through the intervening space. This teleportation doesn't spend movement unless a rule tells you otherwise, and teleportation never provokes attacks of opportunity, or opportunity attacks, I should say. When you teleport, all the equipment you are wearing and carrying teleports with you. If you are touching another creature when you teleport, that creature doesn't teleport with you unless the teleportation says otherwise. If the destination space of your teleportation is occupied by another creature or blocked by a solid obstacle, you instead appear in the nearest unoccupied space of your choice. The description of a teleportation effect tells you if you must see the teleportation's destination. Tremor sense, again, this also comes back from the previous one. Did I skip skill proficiency? No, it wasn't a thing. Oh, I know I did tool proficiency. We talked about it just now. Tremor sense. Tremor sense can pinpoint the location of creatures and moving objects within a specific range, provided that creature with tremor sense and anything it's detecting are both in contact with the same surface, wall, ground, ceiling, etc. Tremor sense can't detect creatures or objects in the air, and it doesn't count as a form of sight. Meaning, you can't, like, for things that you need to see people, you can't use tremor sense. And then unarmed strike is a melee attack that involves you using your body to damage, grapple or shove a target. Your bonus to hit with an unarmed strike boosts your strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus. On a hit, your unarmed strike causes one of the following effects of your choice. Creature takes bludgeoning damage equal to 1 plus your strength modifier. The target is grappled, and the grapple escape DC 8 plus your strength mod plus your proficiency bonus. This grapple is possible only if the target is no more than one size larger than you, and if you have a free hand to grab them, or shove. You either push the target 5 feet away from you or knock them prone. The shove is possible only if the target is no more than one size larger than you. So if you were to take, say, unarmed strike with the grappler feat, so you look at unarmed strike, this allows you to, when you hit somebody, you can either damage them, grapple them, or shove them. And the grappler feat now says you can hit somebody with an unarmed strike, still do the damage to them, and then also initiate the grapple, basically allowing you to do the top two here, damage them, and then grapple them at the same time. If I recall, though, didn't they have something similar to this in the original, the Origins Unearthed Arcana? Or am I just making that up? Or was that the version of the Grappler from that one? This is a problem when we're mixing multiple Unearthed Arcanas together. And that is the end of this document, which is pretty exciting. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty stoked about just about everything in this document. This is very promising to me, in my opinion, where we're going with 5th edition at this point. I like, Tavern Brawler had stuff similar to that. That's what it was. I like the study action. I like a lot of this stuff is just cleaner, like the hidden condition, a way a lot of these things work seems. I also think we have a better idea about what they're looking to do as far as the future of the game, way we see things here. Super clarified the hide action 100%. Hot take new ranger 3.5 ranger 3.5 ranger. Obviously. You get an animal companion in 3.5 ranger all the way. This is better. This is much better. 3.5 ranger all the way though. What class changes did you need? In my opinion, the Bard, the Rogue, and with the exception of the Ranger, the Bard and the Rogue were fine as it was already. They didn't need to be reworked at all. I think they really just did better benefits to this. Does surprise now that means the Assassin Rogue can get their guaranteed crit more than the first surprise round? I don't know if Assassin Rogue is gone per se. Again, we know we were only going to get one subclass, and we know we're going to get more subclasses in the future. I'm assuming Monk will have replace Strength with Dex for Unarmed Strike. That's what they do in 5th edition, so that seems pretty reasonable. I feel like grouping Ranger with Experts, they're making them more of a support than a primary attacker. I'm on board, right? I really do. Let's go back up and look at the Ranger. I'm sorry if you just came in, Jens. We've been at this for 3 hours at this point. So there's a lot. New Ranger is definitely, yeah, is this all, flowers and, balloons and roses and puppies and kittens? No. All right. There's some stuff in here that definitely needs some work. Some things, guidance being one that, I don't particularly like. But you know what? If that was something that I came into, so consider this too, right? What if you were just coming to the game and these were the rules you had? Guidance wouldn't seem so bad, but considering how guidance has been so far, this seems like a huge nerf. So the way I've been, and this is a thing this is a thing I've been talking about for a while. Everybody lost their shit over critical hits in the last Unearthed Arcana. They're like, this is the worst. They're ruining Dungeons and Dragons. Everything sucks so bad. Why would they do this? This is a fundamental aspect of the game, and blah, blah, blah. And you know what? They changed it, okay? If you don't like something that you see in here, I encourage you to take and provide constructive criticism back to them when the survey goes live in about a month from now. But everything is playtest. Everything is fluid. They said they're going to review this. We're going to get a video about the feedback that we provide on it, and then they're going to iterate on this. We're talking 2 years, folks. We got 2 years. Maybe a year and a half, depending on how long where things are spaced out and when they want to release this 2024 version of this. There's a lot of time to change things. But the biggest takeaway from this is that I am largely positive on almost everything added in this document. Okay, I think this is fantastic. I think they're showing a lot of initiative in the right ways. I think they're doing a good job of trying to take things that were basically borderline mandatory to do a lot of damage as a given thing, like Great Weapon Master, for example, and changing things to make them more reasonable and allow you more versatility in the way you build and play your character. A lot of these things are streamlined. They're not going to bog the game down. And listen, people will come out and be like, oh, you're such a shill for Wizards of the Coast. First of all, have you met me? No, I'm not. They don't like me over there. They don't send me really stuff anymore. I've leaked too many of their things in the past. They don't like me. D&D Beyond hates me with a passion. I know that for a fact. So I'm not in anybody's pocket, believe me. I would be playing, I wouldn't have a day job if D&D was in my pocket and they were paying me to say all this shit. So no. All right. But what I'm going to say is something that I've been saying for a while, right? You got to play test them. It's a moment in time too, right? Things that we got last time, a month ago, have already changed here, right? Critical hits probably being, and the inspiration mechanic being some of the biggest ones, okay? Things are different. It's clear. They want to change. They want to iterate. They want to help us make the best D&D that we all want to play. Will you please everybody? No, you won't. It's impossible to do so. I know this. I make videos on the internet for a side gig. It's impossible to please everybody, right? So yeah, you gotta, you have to give it a try. I've got a new campaign not starting this Tuesday, the following Tuesday, that I'm going to be a player in. And I'm going to seriously suggest to the Dungeon Master, can we use some, if not all, of the playtest rules? And I want to try something out. I don't know if I want to play. I don't know. Like, I have a lot of things that I wanted to play myself personally anyway. Like, aside from these, there are things that I wanted to try out. Whatever the psionic aberration based sorcerer was something I was looking at. I was looking at playtesting some of my own classes and subclasses, but instead I may look to try to playtest some of the new races as well as possibly some of the new classes. I've played a bard a bunch before, but maybe I'll play a bard again. Try out this new lore bard, see how it works. The new ranger is tempting to me, right? It's potentially an option that I would be interested in giving a try. Same thing, I've always wanted to play a rogue. Again, I always wanted to play a thief, scout rogue primarily, because scout rogue was just a better version of the ranger, but now maybe I'll play this new rogue. I do feel like a lot of people want all buffs and power creep and they don't care about it, but the game is about getting to a nice balance somewhere in the middle. And I do think they've done a lot of work here. Even just things as simple as changing armor proficiency to armor training, changing D20 test to be a terminology here, removing possibly the concept of surprise as it exists in the game. We still don't know that though, because it's up in the air. I really like things and I like what they did. There are some things I don't like, as I've stated, but I think these things will be things people will come out. People are going to come out. They're going to just tear apart guidance. That's going to be the biggest feedback they get from this is, what did you do to guidance? But I still stand by guidance bogs the game down. The fact that it's like, you're waiting for somebody to say like, are you going to give me guidance? Yes, no. Okay, cool. I'll go without it. Can I get guidance? And then slowing it down. And okay, hang on. Oh, I forgot guidance. Oh, I rolled it, you rolled it. Well, I rolled a 3, but I rolled a 1, so I'll take your 3 for the guide. Like, this stuff slows down the game infinitely. Changing this up adds streamline and just streamlines everything, makes things go a little bit smoother. Okay? It's the same thing with, like, Great Weapon Master and Sharpshooter. If you were playing a martial character and you didn't have access to some big, heavy-hitting move like a Divine Smite, you basically needed Great Weapon Master to deal damage because you needed to get that. So they nerfed it, but they also brought other things up. So I'm assuming that the changes we're going to see to other things, we're going to bring more stuff up. They're doing a lot of adjustments. The Ranger is a pretty good step in the right direction. Do I think the Ranger needs more things? Yes, I do. I also don't love that Conjure, that the Hunter's multi-attack is that they have Conjure Barrage always prepared. Like, what does that have to do with multi-attack? What if I wanted to be like a whirlwind attack, kind of like that was something that the previous Hunter Ranger had where they could like attack everybody within 5 feet of them. That's cool. But now we have Conjure Barrage always prepared, and we can downcast it. This is the only instance of downcasting that we've seen where you can cast it at a lower level and do reduced damage. But to me, that's a horrible waste of an ability. I think it could be a lot better. The only problem that we run into is trying to use this new core ranger build with existing subclasses that are not covered here in this. We only have the one. For example, I think the Lore Bard and I think the Thief Rogue are very solid as they stand and could be played in a campaign from 1 to 20, and I think you do fine. I don't feel like the Hunter Ranger. I think the base Ranger changes are solid. I enjoy what I see there. I don't think the Hunter Ranger as it stands is in a place to go to level 20 or play it fully out, personally. Let's see. What else we got? Wizards wants feedback, so don't like guidance or hunter. Tell them exactly, 100%. Yeah, freeze up the clerics actions. Yeah, 100%. Guidance changes are low-key spot on. Yes, guidance is now suited to how most people actually play it. Agreed. Infinite use guidance is bad for the game. Seems like you guys are on the same page as me, and that does make me feel good about it. So let's go here. There's a video we're going to watch because somebody mentioned that there was a video put out on it. I don't know if that's on, if that's the one that was on the D&D Beyond like page for this, if that's separate than the video we watched yesterday. But you know what? I didn't expect them to get it right the first time. It took them a long time to even acknowledge that the Ranger had a problem in the first place. So I'm happy that they're doing anything. There's 3 to 4, about 15 to 20 minutes each. Is this on the D&D Beyond, like, YouTube channel, maybe? Pull it up. There's motion at my front door. Could that be? It's just the mail. Okay. All right, yeah, there is. Okay, so they do have, we're going to pull up those videos. And we're
role-playing.
Sorry, that was very loud. My bad. We're going to watch those. But here, let's go ahead and take a look right here real quick. Yeah, they were very much against the Ranger. Sorry about the role play. But anyway, so if we look at the Ranger, we got the benefit of getting expertise at level 1. We get the supreme benefit of the way they've handled favored enemy, which I really appreciate. We got cantrips, right, as it is, so I enjoy that. That's a good change. I like the way we changed prepared spellcasting. Let's see. We got a fighting style. We're limited to archery, defense, or 2-weapon fighting. 2-weapon fighting is actually a viable option now. We get our standard number of feats. We get extra attack. We get some extra movement speed, as well as climb and swim speed. More expertise. I think tireless is solid. The extra temporary hit points is a little late in the game for that, personally, I think, but the reduction in your exhausted condition. Nature's Veil is interesting, as people did bring up. There is no time limit to becoming invisible with Nature's Veil. So in theory, if you as a bonus action expend a spell slot and become invisible... Oh, wait, it says until the end of your next turn. Never mind. Somebody told me I read the wrong thing. But anyway, until the end of your next turn. But you can just stay invisible for that, and you can continue to keep doing that if you wanted to. I do think things are missing, as stated before. I think, like, Nature's... the thing that lets you, move through natural terrain... Nature's Stride, Wild Stride. I think I'm confusing 3rd edition with 5th edition in my head. I also think I think it's the Nature Cleric has the ability to have the thing where, like, if animals want to attack you, they have to, like, make a check. And, like, all of these things are things I put in my Ranger fix, but we've got, what the hell is it called? Land Stride. You can move through non-magical difficult terrain with no movement. You also pass through non-magical plants without being slowed by them, without taking damage if they have thorns. You also have an advantage to magically get out of, spells like that would limit your movement, like the Entangle spell. You had Hide in Plain Sight, which was never well done. Vanish at 14th level used to give you the hide as a bonus action on your turn. You can't leave any tracks. Things of that nature. Tireless used to be a 10th level ability from... Tasha's Cauldron. You also had Roving used to only give you a 5-foot movement speed increase, and now it gives you 10. You did get extra proficiencies with expertise, so that's something there. We know about Favored Foe, expanded fighting styles. Nature's Veil, which is now invisibility, was As a bonus action, you could become invisible. It didn't require you to expend a spell slot, and it was limited to proficiency bonus times per long rest. Previously, now it's just limited to your spell slots. Well, the benefit of it not being the invisibility spell for Nature's Veil is that it's not a spell, so it can't be counterspelled. So that's, I guess, the biggest thing. Again, we talked about the cantrips. Foe Slayer now coming on at 18 is just better overall because it just increases the damage. You still have the blind sight to 30 feet. But when we look at the Hunter subclass, I think it needs some more help. And this is what I'm going to task all of you with. Here's what I suggest. You keep Hunter's Prey as it is. Hunter's Lore also becomes a 3rd level ability. It is the only one of the 3 subclasses in this document that does not have 2 abilities at level 3. So, Hunter's Lore isn't actually, like, it's a mechanical fun thing, but it doesn't do too much mechanically. Hunter's Prey is your big feature. Again, if we were to look at the other 2 subclasses in there, we have second story work for the Rogue, which gives us the movement speed of, the climb speed. And then we get the 2 additional actions as a bonus action, the search and sleight of hand actions as bonus actions, right? That's a good, you have a passive ability in second story work and an active ability in whatever it's called, where you get the extra bonus actions. For the Bard, you get the bonus proficiencies, skill proficiencies, a passive bonus, and cutting words, an active bonus. I think Hunter's Prey should be the sort of, they kind of both fit into passive or active depending on how you look at it. Hunter's Prey is essentially the Monster Slayer feature from the original Hunter, but I think you also give them Hunter's Lore at level 3. That is when they're marked by Hunter's Mark and enemies marked by Hunter's Mark. You know if they have immunity, resistance, or vulnerability. There's no real downside to that. Knowing that at 3rd level doesn't really change much between 3rd and 6th. And then I think in place of that, you give them a new 6th level ability. What should we do? What was the Hunter Ranger originally? We had Colossus Slayer, which was that basically was the option you chose for Hunter's Prey. That's basically what it is now. And then at 7th level, you could either, which would now be the 6th level, which was either opportunity attacks are made with disadvantage, advantage on saving throws against being frightened, or creatures have, the multi attack defense, where if people hit you, you get a bonus to the AC. And yeah, they basically made multi attack here Conjure Barrage, which used to be Volley, but they ditched out on Whirlwind attack, so it sucks if you wanted to be a melee ranger. So for 6th level, I might give you something like advantage on saving throws against Charm or Frightened in the Frightened condition. Maybe proficiency, and maybe this is a little too early, that proficiency in Constitution saving throws. You're an outdoorsy type, or maybe it doesn't really fit Hunter. That maybe should fit the base Ranger as a whole. But if you're a Hunter, I feel like advantage on saving throws against being frightened or charm works well because you're living in nature. So yeah, I would push this up and then come up with a new 6th level ability. So I will task that with all of you. What would you make the new 6th level ability for this version of the Hunter's Ranger? Okay, that being said, we've got some new videos to watch. We watched this one yesterday, which was the sort of the high-level overview. Now let's watch Rangers and Ranger. Hunter. Okay, well, let's look at it. We're going to put it on multiple speed because we know that they take forever to talk.
We've got another class, another subclass as well. We've got the Ranger. This has seen some changes. And like you said, it's now an expert, so Rangers can be like the best at whether it's survival or stealth. They now feel like at home amongst the Rogue and the Bard.
Absolutely. And the Ranger has, of the 3 classes in this Unearthed Arcana,
no bonus actions when incapacitated.
Now, some of the features here are going to be familiar to anyone who has Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, because some of these features are either from that book, or these are new versions of features that are found there. All of this is combined to create a Ranger that comes out swinging at first level and is solid, perhaps too solid, all the way up to 20th level. And I say it this way because this is a playtest. And with the Ranger in particular, we have erred on the side of making them as badass as it makes sense to make them right now. And if necessary, some things can be reined in. But there is a lot of fun stuff here for any of us who love Rangers to enjoy. So that starts with, at first level, the expertise that we mentioned. You also get, and this is a biggie for Rangers, you now get access to your spellcasting at first level, and that includes cantrips. Rangers now have access to a number of spells that is unprecedented for the class in the past. If you are a Ranger player, you are going to now find yourself with an amazing buffet of magical options in front of you that will help you tailor-make the Ranger you want to play, rather than waiting for second level. One reason we did this was not only to get Rangers going with this important pillar of the class right away.
Mike Hall, they don't like me because I leak all of their content when I find it, and that makes them upset. But yes, I also, whatever, it's the internet, I'm entitled to my opinion.
And also to give Rangers some iconic abilities right out of the gate via their spellcasting feature. But it was also important for us to do this because of how Favored Enemy now works. Favored Enemy now allows the Ranger to always have the Hunter's Mark spell prepared. It does not count against the number of spells the Ranger has prepared, and it does not require concentration. So the Ranger is now going to be able to place Hunter's Mark on a foe and not have to concentrate on it, and that is how they designate that foe as their Favored Enemy. Now, I very casually said something just a moment ago. I mentioned when we were talking about the Bard, but critical to also mention here for Rangers, and that is, rather than Rangers having a list of spells that they know, Rangers can now prepare their spells. What that means is, whenever a Ranger finishes a long rest, they can swap out the spells.
Yeah, I imagine Paladins will get, similar to a Ranger, will get spellcasting at level 1. I imagine that's going to be the case for pretty much everybody's going to have spellcasting at level 1. No, it's not a joke. I know D&D Beyond hates me. I've had meetings where they've asked me certain things, and then I've also heard from friends who have friends that work at D&D Beyond, which is also now Wizards because they're all the same company, and my name is mentioned in unpleasant tones around the office
that are available to them to cast in the coming day. This is huge. This means that Ranger players are going to be able to customize what the Ranger is able to do in different adventures on different adventuring days to really target what are the challenges they think are going to be ahead of them. This also makes it possible, as we discussed about the Bard.
To be fair, this is the old crew of D&D Beyond. I don't know about the new folks.
For Rangers to feel more at liberty to use many of the non-combat spells that are now available to them. So that when they're in an adventure or a session that's not really about fighting, but it's about exploration or maybe about social interaction, the Ranger can lean into the parts of their spell list that speak to those pillars of the game. But oh my gosh, there's so much more. This class has some under-the-hood things going on for it that are going to be huge. And one of these, we'll also want to touch on when we're talking about the Rogue, is actually not in the class write-up in this Unearthed Arcana for the Ranger and the Rogue. It's in the rules glossary. And that is, we give, for this playtest, a critical new definition to the light weapon property. So the light weapon property in the 2014 Player's Handbook is a key part of the two-weapon fighting rule in that version of the book's combat rules. For anyone who's not familiar, in that rule, if you were wielding two weapons that have the light property, if you attack with one, on that turn, you can then, with a bonus action, attack with the other. And you're not able to add your ability modifier to the damage of that bonus attack unless that ability modifier is negative.
Just like being ambidextrous in real life. That's my experience.
And I'm bringing this up, of course, because two-weapon fighting has always been one of the iconic optional modes for both Rangers and Rogues. So here is what is critically different here, and also really important for how Favored Enemy now works. We have made it so that, first off, that two-weapon fighting rule no longer exists as a separate rule. In fact, and I've actually talked about this before in a video, that rule is a bit misplaced in the 2014 Player's Handbook. Because it isn't actually a two-weapon fighting rule. It's simply telling you how the light weapon property functions. So what we have done, and we actually have already done this in our recent starter set, Dragons of Stormwreck Isle, we've moved that rule into the light weapon property itself.
I didn't notice that in the rule set.
Bonus attack no longer requires your bonus action.
I never
now
noticed
how
that.
the light weapon property functions is if you take the attack action on your turn and you attack with a light weapon.
So upset with it, I guess.
If you have another light weapon in hand, you can make a free extra attack with that weapon as part of the same action, but you're still not able to add your ability modifier to the damage of that extra attack.
This lines with my interests.
So this is huge. And we're doing this because it is actually for us, and for many players, been a pain point for a number of years that two-weapon fighting characters, or more correctly, characters who use light weapons, have had sort of a bonus action tax that then conflicts with many other features in the game that also require their bonus action. We've been planning on playtesting this publicly for a few years now, so I'm so excited that it's finally in the public's hands to try out, and it had to be here because a part of the design of the new Favored Enemy is Rangers using their bonus action to apply Hunter's Mark, and we did not want Rangers who like using two weapons to suddenly not be able to interact with their favorite enemy in a clean way.
Yeah, you've got too many stages to basically just play the way you want to, like threading everything with that bonus action. It can be a hindrance.
Exactly. Now, there are also still now other things in the game that can modify how you interact with the light weapon property. So if anyone's curious, there are still options available for modifying how you interact with that, including through fighting styles and other feats. And I say other feats because at second level, Rangers get the fighting style feature, which they had in the 2014 Player's Handbook, but this time, fighting styles have all been redesigned as feats. There's a reason for this. We want any class that has access to fighting styles to have the option of taking more of them whenever you choose feats.
Nice.
And so that's also a big deal for Rangers. You no longer have this, well, I picked one and I hope I like it. Because now you can pick that one, and then if you want more, anytime that you're picking feats later, because you qualify as a Ranger for fighting style feats, you can go back to that pool. So that's also another one of the awesome things going on for Rangers. We also have now an even better version of the roving feature that debuted in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Now the speed boost is 10 feet instead of 5. The tireless feature is back and revised. We also have Nature's Veil, which is Rangers' ability to just calling on the spirits of nature to turn invisible. They get blind sight through their feral senses. They get Foe Slayer at 18th level instead of 20th level. There is a whole lot of awesome in this class. And I think people are going to have their socks knocked off by just what this Ranger is now capable of doing. And we haven't even talked about the Hunter.
We haven't talked about the Subclass. We haven't talked about the Hunter, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's delve into the Hunter.
So the Hunter has been re-looked at from top to bottom. What you're going to see here is we looked at the Hunter. It's an unusual subclass that at different points had sub-feature choices. And we realized exactly the same thing that many Ranger players realized over the last many years. And that is, many of those options just don't stack up against each other. In each group, there was almost always the obvious great one, and then two that were fine, but not as good as the obvious great one.
Right.
And so what we've done with the Hunter is look at the one that is the best and refine it so that all Hunters will be delighted to have it. So you're going to see that with Hunter's Prey. You're going to see that with multi-attack. You're going to see that with Superior Hunter's Defense. And you're also going to see...
So that's not 100% true, but I get it. So they're saying what a lot of us have been saying, right? Which is when you would go and look at those options, the 3 options that the Hunters would have, most of them, most people pick Colossus Slayer, and you pick a handful of other ones. There's basically some options that everybody would always pick. And they're saying, okay, well, instead of having it be bloated full of stuff, let's just get the one that everybody always picks. So I get that to a concept, to a degree. I don't feel about multi-attack that way, but fair enough.
A brand new feature. There's this new feature at 6th level for the Hunter called Hunter's Lore. And what this now does, piggybacking on the new way Favorite Enemy works, is as long as your Hunter's mark is on somebody, and in my mind, the Hunter should have special stuff going on when they use Hunter's Mark, the spell that has their subclass name in it.
Right.
And so from 6th level on, when a Hunter has Hunter's Mark on a creature, the Hunter knows all of that creature's resistances, immunities, and vulnerabilities, because the Hunter should be the greatest Hunter in the game, the one who is able, particularly calling on the forces of nature to aid them to figure out how best to take down this foe.
Rather than some of that kind of feeling being in the Battlemaster fighter from earlier, it makes way more sense to be in Ranger.
But we'll get to the fighter. We'll get to the fighter in a future Unearthed Arcana.
Yes, later on.
Yes.
So there are any more features from the Ranger Hunter?
So one of the fun things for people to try out in the Hunter is the new version of multi-attack. Here we are experimenting with something we've never done before in the current version of the game, and that is allowing you to down-level a spell. Here's what's going on. The Hunter, when you get the multi-attack feature at 10th level, has the ability to always have the Conjure Barrage spell prepared. Doesn't count against the number of spells you have prepared, so it's like Hunter's Mark in that way. But there's more. You can not only cast this 3rd level spell with a 3rd level spell slot, you can also cast it with 1st and 2nd level spell slots. For each lower level that you go, you take one of the damage dice away. Here's the thing. Conjure Barrage, even cast at 1st level, because of its area of effect, is going to be awesome. So if you realize, okay, I want to hit a bunch of people, but don't need the damage to be the level that Conjure Barrage is normally at, down level that sucker and still cast the spell. This is a new spellcasting mechanic, and I was super excited to put it into the Hunter, and I'm looking forward to seeing people. They already have loved the ability to up-level spells.
Yeah.
Now we're experimenting with down-leveling spells.
If you want to give me an AoE as Ranger at level 1, I'm not going to say no.
Well, this is at 10th level.
Well, 10th level, yeah.
But the reason why this is a huge deal is particularly with a class like the Ranger, and this is true for the Paladin as well, where your spell slots are more constrained than, say, the Bards.
Right.
Being able to use a heavy-hitting spell, particularly, again, because of its very large area of effect, with your lower-level slots is really good for you, because then that means you can use your higher-level slots for something else if, again, let's say really what your priority is, hitting many people and not necessarily the damage being as high as possible.
Right.
So this gives you the ability to basically turn the dial up and down. It's a playtest.
I don't dislike, to the points being made in the chat, I don't dislike the concept of downcasting a spell. I don't know if it's going to be a thing. It doesn't sound like it's going to be a thing that's going to be across the board that everybody's going to have access to. And in fact, we don't see it on the Bard, who obviously has more spell casting than the Ranger. So it's okay, but I still don't love Conjure Barrage as a spell. So, like, I don't know.
We'll see how it goes. But again, I'm excited for this to be a new toy in the toy box for people to experiment with.
Perfect.
Now, there are 2 more Ranger things related to spellcasting I want to touch on because they're in the rules glossary.
Okay.
One of the suggested spells for the Ranger here is Barkskin. And anyone who's familiar with the 2014 version of Barkskin might be wondering, why is this being presented as an iconic spell for the Ranger? Because, unfortunately, the current design of Barkskin makes it so that it's often great to cast on somebody else who isn't wearing armor, but isn't so great for the Ranger themselves in a typical circumstance. Not only because of the dexterity a Ranger typically has, but also because of the armor that Rangers can wear. We have been planning to revise Barkskin for quite some time, and so there is a new version of Barkskin in the rules glossary of this UA, where whoever you cast it on, bark still appears on them and protects them, but now it is this bark that regenerates and gives the target of the spell temporary hit points. We've also added the ability to up-level Barkskin and start with higher level slots, which will also be very helpful for the Druid in a future Unearthed Arcana, the ability to cast it on multiple people, who will now all have this bark, and you can imagine it being broken away as the temporary hit points go away, and then the bark regrows to have this protective layer that will complement a person's armor class rather than being a replacement for armor.
To the point that people are making in the chat, right? So it's not going to be for everything. I don't think downcasting is going to be... it also sucks. Conjure Barrage, I forgot how bad this spell is. So it's a 60-foot cone. So give you the... That's a big area. 60-foot cone, if you ever looked at that on a battle grid, 60-foot cone is a massive area. And it is each creature in a 60-foot cone must make a dexterity saving throw and take 3d8 damage on a failed save, half on a success. Okay. Well, one, it's a cone that originates from you. You can't distinguish friend from foe with it, which is fine. I get that. But we're comparing this to Fireball. Fireball does 8d6 damage in a 40-foot radius and can be shot out 150 feet away and blow people up from a distance. Fireball, I mean, you also technically can't really compare Fireball and Lightning Bolt because Wizards are like, they're so iconic, they have to be great. But Conjure Barrage, okay, so if you downcast Conjure Barrage to level 1, it's just doing a d8 damage, a dexterity saving throw for a full d8 damage in a 60-foot cone, half on a success. That does not justify an 11th level class feature by any means. That's stupid. Anyway.
Class, or in the case of how Barkskin worked before, created a minimum for your armor class.
Right.
The other spell that appears on the Ranger's suggested spell list that gets a new version in this UA is Guidance. Guidance is a beloved cantrip, especially outside combat. It's often not practical to cast in combat because of the concentration it requires and its casting time. But we've also seen that outside combat, the spell has had the potential to be overly spammable.
There you go, folks. Overly spammable. A wonderful terminology for that.
To the point that some groups just decide if someone has Guidance, everyone adds 1d4 to their rolls all
Yep, definitely been there.
the time. Despite the fact that the concentration of the spell in the past often would make that technically not work. But what we've decided is we want to experiment with a new version of the spell that is reactive. And so similar to what we're doing with the Bard's Bardic Inspiration, Guidance is now used as a reaction in response to somebody else failing a particular roll. But if the person accepts that benefit and rolls the die that Guidance gives them, they can't benefit from it again until they finish a long rest. This is a cantrip. Guidance is not meant to be the all-day bonus.
Right.
It is a little bit of magic you can sprinkle on. You can still cast it at will, but you can't just keep casting it on the same person all day long. So each person can benefit from this primal or divine guidance once a day. But you could certainly go and cast it on an entire village of people if you happen to witness them failing at something.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing, is that it is cast in response to a failure. And I think this is going to be fun for Rangers to have now that they finally get cantrips. So that here they're going to have things like Guidance and Thorn Whip, and I think things that are going to feel really great in this class's hands. Really leaning into, overall, this idea of the Ranger being the expert of the wilderness, who has not only gets the expertise feature once but twice, because Rangers get it also at a higher level, giving the Ranger 4, depending on how high up you get in the class, up to 4 skills that you're going to have expertise in, and also channeling this primal magic as you track creatures and use your hunter's mark on them. It's exciting stuff.
It's a very powerful Ranger.
Yes.
I'm trying to contain my excitement.
And my excitement isn't, it's not abstract. In our upcoming playtest here, I will be playing a Ranger. So
Yeah, well, I love. I mean, of course, Thorn Whip belongs to a ranger. Like these are very huntery spells that make a lot of sense, especially like if you want like have a bounty hunter ranger.
Yes,
that stuff.
and that's something as we are looking at really ensuring each class has a place all their own. One of the things that became very clear as we analyzed what we're currently calling the primal spell list is, while druids are the sort of the paramount primal spellcasters, they are to the ranger what the cleric is to the paladin of having access to the full range of primal spells. That said, there are a number of spells on that list that are really a better fit for the ranger. And even things like Thorn Whip, of getting someone closer to you, many druids don't actually want that. Because many druids do not have the resilience that a ranger has. Right. And so Thorn Whip is actually a great example of, sure, some druids, particularly some Circle of the Moon druids, might want to pull someone closer before they then transform into a beast and attack them. But many druids would rather be 30 to 60 feet that way casting spells on somebody from afar. Whereas the ranger, particularly a ranger who is focusing on melee weapons, will very happily be like, no, you get back over here. I'm not done with you yet.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay. Thief Rogue. Let's see what they have to say about the Thief Rogue. We're going to go to 2 times speed on this one, I think. Also, I haven't eaten lunch, and it's 2.
Obviously, one of my favorite classes is the Rogue. We've got like a revision of the Rogue. We got playtest of the Rogue, and we've got a Rogue subclass as well. What are we seeing new for this beloved class?
So the first thing to say about the Rogue is people love it. We within the past year, we did a big survey of asking people their satisfaction with not only all of the classes in the 2014 Player's Handbook, but also all of the features in those classes. And one of the things that became super clear about the Rogue is almost everything in this class is beloved.
Okay.
And so people are going to see in this playtest, fewer things have changed in the Rogue than in, say, the Bard or the Ranger. The Rogue is so solid in the 2014 PH, and again, so beloved, that what you're going to see here is a sequence of careful refinements rather than sort of big swings. Because when we looked at, hey everyone, what do you think? Most of what we saw, and in some cases, the satisfaction levels from the thousands of people who took those surveys were in the 90 percentile range. Like some of the Rogue features were like 95% satisfaction, 96% satisfaction, which is a message to us of tread carefully. Like let's make sure that where there's an opportunity to improve something, we do so. But otherwise, let the Rogue be the Rogue. Now, the story's a little different when we get to the Rogue subclasses, so we'll talk about the subclasses separately. In the base class, some of the main things you're going to see is that some of the features in the class have moved around a bit, including the Rogue getting their second subclass feature way sooner than they did before. Because one of the things that was a bit of a pain point for Rogues in the past is this feeling of waiting too long for your second subclass feature, because Rogues had a much bigger gap between their first subclass feature and their later features than most of our classes have. But also someone is going to notice if they look at all 3 classes in this Unearthed Arcana, that all 3 classes get their subclass features at the same levels. That's intentional.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
We are normalizing subclass progression. And there are a number of reasons for this. One of this is so that we can sync up how subclasses function better. It will also make multi-classing a bit more smooth in terms of what to expect as you dip into different classes. We can talk more about this angle perhaps in a future video.
Right, yeah.
But the main thing that is significant for the Rogue is they're going to get the goodies from their subclasses sooner and be able to enjoy them sooner. We've also improved several of the features in subtle but fun ways. One super simple example right at first level. Thieves' Cant now not only gives you Thieves' Cant.
I'm wondering, to your point in the chat here, I'm thinking maybe the normalized progression of subclasses and the levels they come in at, they might be something across the board that they start at the same on everything, or they might be like for all the subclasses, whatever it is in this, like 1, 6, 11, 14, or whatever it turns out to be. Or it might be based on the group, right? So experts at one level. Because the tricky part is things like, you look at like the sorcerer, right? The sorcerer, the cleric, the warlock all get theirs at level 1. Everybody else gets it at 3, except some people get it at 2. 3, 6, 10, 14. Thank you. Yeah, so I wonder if it's going to be the same for everybody. Because it's weird, because like I said, it kind of made sense for the sorcerer to get it at level 1 because it's from their bloodline. Same thing with like the warlock. They don't get their packed magic unless they don't get packed magic at level 1, but I doubt it. So I don't know. We'll see.
But another language. The narrative of this feature being that as a person who has spent a lot of time getting to know a particular town or city or other area, getting to know it very well as a part of your roguish work, we realized, well, you wouldn't only have picked up this Thieves' Cant, but also extra ways to just talk to people normally. We also have improved in subtle ways features like Slippery Mind, where now instead of just getting wisdom saves, you get wisdom and charisma saves. Because what we're doing here is just turning the volume up on the rogue a little bit. And one of the rogue's characteristics is being extremely resilient in tricksy ways. What I mean by that is we have other classes that are resilient, but they tend to be resilient in the ways of like they have a high armor class, so they have a lot of hit points, or they're able to heal people. The paladin is all 3 of those things. The rogue is resilient in other ways. The rogue is resilient through uncanny dodge, through evasion, through Slippery Mind. The rogue is the one you can't even land a hit on, or even when you do, it doesn't do what you think it was going to do, or when the spell is cast on them, well, they seem to actually avoid most of its harm. That's what one of the things the rogue is all about. The rogue also, of course, is about sneak attack, and sneak attack is still here. It's foundational for the class. But one of the brand new features that rogues get in this playtest is an ability at 13th level called Subtle Strikes. in sneak attack, rogues have always been able to sneak attack somebody that they either have advantage against when they're attacking with a finesse weapon or a ranged weapon, or if one of their allies is within 5 feet of their target and their ally isn't incapacitated. So it's that second requirement of you can sneak attack when somebody else, it's sort of virtual flanking. Someone else is flanking that target. What Subtle Strikes does for the rogue at 13th level is turn the volume up on that a little bit, because what Subtle Strikes does is gives the rogue advantage whenever attacking anyone who is within 5 feet of one of their allies who is not incapacitated. So rather than that situation being an on switch for sneak attack, it's now sort of a double on switch.
Yeah.
Because now that situation
like that a lot,
automatically
that
gives the rogue
feature.
advantage, which advantage itself enables sneak attack. And now you have that extra boost of just bam, I just got advantage. It's a high level feature. It's really tasty, and I think it's going to make high level rogue play really nice. Because our thinking here is once you are approaching like being not just a rogue, but an epic rogue, you eventually shouldn't have to worry as much about setting up your sneak attack. That you eventually get to the point of like, I've got this. I've been doing this for 13 levels now. I am a pro, unlike anybody else. Rogues also are going to benefit from things the other classes in the playtest are benefiting from. Their 20th level feature from the past, Stroke of Luck, they now get at 18th level. They're getting an epic boon at 20th level. And then there is the subclass that's here that has a whole bunch of improvements, and that is the Thief.
Yeah, let's get into the Thief. I love thieves. So
So the Thief has little new options, tune-ups all over the place. I'm looking at it right now, and things like second story work, where functionally similar to what it was before, except now you just straight up get a climb speed. And one of the new options here for the Thief is you can now use your dexterity when you jump instead of your strength.
Nice.
Because we really want the Thief, the classic treasure hunting kind of cat burglar style subclass, to be great at this, of getting to those hard to reach places. We also have made Supreme Sneak, where you have advantage on your dexterity stealth checks. We've made it a little easier. We now don't require you to slow down. We just require that you're not wearing medium or heavy armor to have this on. Use Magic Device, which you now get at 10th level, has gotten really juicy. We wanted to make it clearer what this feature does for you, and especially as we're exploring more this idea of the Thief being, again, sort of a cat burglar / treasure hunter type. This feature now gives you several awesome abilities. One, it lets the Thief attune to a 4th magic item, so they get to cheat and go beyond the base 3. And by the way, the Thief cheating was a theme in some of these redesigns, like the Thief getting to use dexterity for jumping instead of strength, the Thief getting to attune to 4 magic items instead of 3. Still not as many magic items as the Artificer can attune to.
I think one's going to be stealing.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Yeah.
The Thief also has now the chance, whenever they use a magic item that has charges, a chance that they use it and the charges into expended. They also have clearer rules now on how they can use scrolls. We've also changed how Thief's reflexes work. That feature previously gave the Thief an extra turn at the beginning of a combat. That sometimes created some initiative messiness. We wanted to give you something that wasn't locked to the first round of a combat and wasn't creating
I loved the Thief rogue.
potential problems
It's
with the
so
dealing with
good
initiative.
comparatively.
And so the new Thief's reflexes now allows the Thief a certain number of times per day to take a second bonus action on some of their turns. So this Thief, a few times a day.
Again, you've cheated now.
Yeah,
You get
you've
two
got
bonus
cheated.
actions.
And again, this is the cheating theme for the Thief. Instead of the only one bonus action that everyone else is bound to, you get on certain turns too. Again, this is limited. You're not going to be able to do it all day long, but I think awesome. It's going to make the Thief the person, and this is by design, who when people are playtesting it, I'm hoping the response will often be by the other players at the table observing the Thief in play. Like, you did what?
Yeah.
Wait, you were able
You're
to
not
do
allowed
that?
to do that. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of them.
And that is the whole point of the subclass, is they are tweaking the rules in a
I'll be honest, I've never had interest in playing a Thief rogue until this playtest.
way that is thematically appropriate for them.
I still could be able to cast two full level spells.
No, well, because again, these are bonus actions, not a whole turn.
No, I just want to cheat everything.
So the other thing that is critical, not just for the Thief, but for the whole rogue, is that change to the light weapon property that we talked about earlier. Now, because of the change to the light weapon property in this playtest, your use of 2 light weapons, if that's how you choose to fight as a rogue, no longer uses your bonus action. Because now, light weapons, again, just in these playtest rules, we'll see if this makes it into the final version of the books.
It's gonna.
Light weapons now allow you, when you attack on your turn with the attack action, to make that extra attack that used to require your bonus action, you now get to do it as part of the same attack action that the other attack was a part of. And that frees up the rogue who likes to use 2 daggers or 2 short swords or some other combination of light weapons. It allows them to do that style of fighting on the same turn that they're using their bonus action for cunning action, for example. So this is going to be, not only was it a big deal for rangers, this is going to be a really big deal in the playtest for rogues, because it means if you are a rogue who likes light weapon use, you're no longer having that usage competing with the other things that rogues want to use their bonus action for, because rogues are, in many ways, the preeminent bonus action class, because cunning action is amazing for rogues, has been for all of 5th edition, and we want to make sure that its use is protected for rogue players, and that was one of the many reasons why we created the version of the light weapon property that appears here.
Okay, let's do the bard.
In this Unearthed Arcana, not only do we delve into classes, but we delve into subclasses as well. What is the first subclass we should talk about in class? Like, should we go for the bard?
Let's go for the bard.
Okay, tell me about the bard.
So in this article, you're going to see a revised version of the entire Bard class, so going from first level all the way to 20th level, and also a new version of the College of Lore subclass. More Bard subclasses will appear in a future Unearthed Arcana, but here we wanted to get people's impressions of the base class itself, which does require at least one subclass being present, because set several levels, of course, you get subclass features from your class. And so the College of Lore is the subclass first out of the gate for the Bard. And what people are going to see in this new take on the Bard are many of the things that people already love in the class: Bardic Inspiration, the spellcasting, magical secrets. Those elements are all still here. But there are also some exciting new things. One of those things is now Bard subclasses, like everyone else's subclasses, give you 4 features instead of 3. So that's not only a change to the class, but then of course that's necessitating a change in the new versions of the subclasses. So the new version of the College of Lore here has 4 features instead of 3. Now, anyone might be curious, well, what does that mean for subclasses for the Bard that are already in print? You can still use them, and this UA explains how. But here we're going to focus on these new versions where, again, subclass for the Bard now gives you 4 features.
Let's find out.
And there are some new options in features like Bardic Inspiration that I think are really cool. One is, for the first time ever, we have as a low-level feature in a class the ability to heal somebody reactively.
Okay.
So something we're exploring in Bardic Inspiration is giving bards their own way to heal. You're still going to be able to acquire healing spells if you want to as a bard. That has been an option for bards over the last 8 or so years. It's still there. But we also wanted bards to have a way to restore people's hit points that's all their own. Also, we wanted to give an option in the baseline Bardic Inspiration feature that was more certain to deliver the goods. And here's what I mean by that. In the 2014 version of Bardic Inspiration,
when playtesting the new version of a class, you can use a subclass from an older source, such as the 2014 Player's Handbook or Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. If the older subclass offers features at levels that are different from the subclass levels in the class, follow the older subclass's level progressions after the class lets you gain the subclass. Interesting. So it's basically saying until you get the subclass, you use the new rules, then when you get the subclass, you use the old rules? If the older subclass offers features at levels that are different from the subclass levels in the class, follow the older subclass's level progression after the class lets you gain the subclass. Yeah. So I guess you could get the first 2 levels. That's dumb, though. That's so dumb. So you'd miss out on Jack of all trades and Song of Rest, but instead you'd get some free healing and some cantrips and the way your magic works. But then you'd get the old version of magical secrets, which is spells known. It doesn't really work. I guess, yeah, it would be for, you're right, it would be for subclass progression, my bad. Follow the older subclass's level progression after the class lets you gain the subclass. So you'd still only get 3 features for those old bards. You wouldn't get 4. I don't know. Don't like it.
especially before you get any tweaks to Bardic Inspiration from a subclass, it's really easy to have somebody roll that die and have nothing happen.
Right.
Where they rolled it, they still failed, and you move on and hope next time you get a better result.
Yeah.
We wanted there to be an option for bards that when they use Bardic Inspiration, they know what it's going to do. And what this reactive healing is if the bard witnesses somebody within a certain range taking damage, the bard, as a reaction, can use their Bardic arts to instantly restore some hit points by rolling the Bardic Inspiration die and giving the person back some HP. But there's more. Even that baseline feature that people are accustomed to of rolling the die and someone being able to add it to, say, an ability check to hopefully turn a lousy roll into a better one, that's also become a reaction. So now, rather than handing the die out, and then waiting for a person to maybe remember to use the die or not, now instead, the bard gets to feel like they have more agency in how they use their own class feature. And so if the bard witnesses somebody fail an ability check within a certain range, as a reaction, they can use their Bardic Inspiration, have the die rolled, and potentially turn that failure into a success. Now, as you go up in level in this current playtest version of the bard, you're also going to have other new tricks for keeping and getting your Bardic Inspiration back. One example of this is at 7th level in the playtest, the bard gets the option now that if your Bardic Inspiration die rolls a 1, the use of your Bardic Inspiration is not expended.
Oh, nice.
So if you roll, darn it, we just got a 1, well, the person still gets to add that 1 or get that 1 hit point back, but then you still get your Bardic Inspiration to use again. So there are a number of little things like that with potentially big impact that I think people are going to have a lot of fun trying out in this new take on the bard.
Perfect. Is there anything dramatic that's changed for the College of Lore?
The College of Lore has a lot that is dramatic going on, which is appropriate for the bard. So much of the bard is about being dramatic.
Right.
But before I talk about it, there is an elephant in the room for the class overall that we should touch on first.
Okay, let's go ahead.
And that is, bards now prepare their spells.
Yeah.
This is huge.
Okay.
Because in the past, bards had a fairly limited number of spells that they would know, and then at certain levels they could change those out. Now, if a bard player wants to, they have the option of changing the spells they have prepared at the end of every long rest. This has been a very important thing for us to explore in the playtest, because All of our spellcasting classes have a lot of often very flavorful non-combat spells available to them. But what ends up happening, we have found, with spells known classes versus spells prepared classes, is the spells known classes, the players tend to gravitate toward combat spells, understandably, so that they have the tool they need when their characters' lives are in danger. But then that means they often don't feel like they can take some of these really tasty, non-combat oriented spell options. And we want our players to feel at liberty to use those options. And the best way for us to deliver that is allowing our spellcasters to prepare their spells. And so this is something people are going to see not only in the Bard, but also in the Ranger. But we can talk more about that when we get to the Ranger, of really making it so that you can explore the full range of the magical possibilities for your character if you're playing a spellcaster. Now, the College of Lore.
Okay, let's get into that.
So the College of Lore's cutting words, similar to the baseline Bardic Inspiration, is this reaction now, but instead of to an ally failing in the case of baseline Bardic Inspiration, or an ally taking damage, it's a response to presumably an enemy succeeding. And so then you reactively use it to try to turn their success into a failure. Then, at higher level, this version of the College of Lore can also deal psychic damage to the person that they are rolling their cutting words die against.
Right.
And again, this is all about making sure that the Bardic Inspiration die really feels like it's delivering the goods. The College of Lore also has a brand new feature called Cunning Inspiration, where they're going to get to roll their Bardic Inspiration die twice whenever they use it and use the better result. So that is going to be extremely useful, particularly given the expansion of possibilities for what your Bardic Inspiration can do.
Perfect. Is there anything else dramatic I should know about the College of Lore?
So every feature in the College of Lore has been improved. I think the only one that is largely what you would expect was the bonus proficiencies one. That's still there. But even their Peerless skill is better than it was before. So it's basically a fresh coat of paint, new tools, new ways to mess with your enemies, and
All right. And then the feats.
They're very important to D&D. We have feats. They feel even more important now. Let's go into the feats that we have in this UA.
And there are a lot of feats in this.
There are a
UA.
lot of feats.
So in the previous Unearthed Arcana, we unveiled a number of first level feats. In this Unearthed Arcana, we focus on 4th level feats and 20th level feats. And the reason for that is most characters are going to start interacting with non-first level feats at 4th level, because in the past, that's when people got the ability score improvement feature. Functionally, nothing has changed. It's just now, at 4th level, you get the ability score improvement feat, which functions the same way as the feature. But now it's more transparent that it functionally always was a feat. And now it's just much more clearly where it belongs with the other feats, and you have the option to go with it or one of the many other feats that are available to you. Now, when you take a feat, you can take any feat that is of your level or lower. So when you get to 4th level, that means you're not limited to 4th level feats. If there's a 1st level feat that you'd like to take, you can certainly take that feat.
Take the
but
4th
the
level,
level of the
they're
feat
better.
represents the ceiling. It's as high as you can go. Your level has to equal the feats to be able to take the feat, or your level has to be higher than the feat's level. So you're not going to get access to those 20th level feats until your 20th level, and those feats are super exciting. Those are the epic boons that originally appeared in the Dungeon Master's Guide and have all been given a fresh coat of paint. Many of them have been given new functions within them, and now everyone gets one when they hit 20th level. I think that's awesome because in the past, you didn't start getting epic boons until, first off, if your DM even wanted to use those rules.
Right.
Second of all, it was after you hit 20th level. Epic boons were sort of a way for you to keep leveling up once you hit the level cap. Now you get your first taste of epic boons when you hit 20th level, and they are really, really good, and we want them to be, because when you hit the top level of the game, we want you to feel truly epic. And we have here in the UA also the rule, just like in the 2014 Dungeon Master's Guide, that you can get more epic boons as you gain XP at 20th
Sorry
level.
about that, guys.
But we've expanded it, because now we haven't limited it to epic boons, it's just feats in general. So if you decide to play at 20th level for a while and are getting a lot of XP, you have the option of every time you hit that XP threshold of getting another feat. And given the number of feats that are here and that are coming, there will be a lot of ways for you to customize your character, even at max level. Now, in this feat section, in addition to the epic boons and these 4th level feats, what you're going to see in sort of the guts of the feats themselves is a lot of new material. So the feat names will be familiar. You're going to see actor, you're going to see athlete, you're going to see keen mind, so on and so forth. But once you start reading the feat, you are going to find a lot of tasty goodies that were not there before. We revisited every single feat and have, in pretty much most of the cases, there are a few exceptions, upgraded the feat in some way. There were a few feats that were so good the way they were that they're largely the same, but most of these feats have benefits in them that weren't there before. And they're going to make your character have abilities that they didn't have before should you decide to delve into these feats. You're also going to see in the 4th level feats that they give you an ability score increase, because we wanted to make it so that if you decide to engage in feats other than ability score increase, it doesn't sting as much. There's still a trade-off. I mean, because +2 to an ability score, which increases your modifier across the board, is fantastic. But we want to make it so that the other 4th level feats are truly competitive with that option, and that's why you're going to see here an ability score increase of 1 rather than 2, coupled with the other benefits in the particular feats. And these benefits explore a variety of mechanical tropes that, in some cases, we have never done before in the current editions. For example, one of the coolest feats, and the sentence I never thought I would say, is durable. A feat that now allows you as a bonus action to expend a hit die and regain hit points. Right. And so like suddenly, like if you really want your hit dice to work for you, and you don't want it to be tied to short rests, there's a feat for that. If you want to be the person who can study clues and books and other things quicker than anybody else. Well, you can now do that with Keen Mind. And it's funny, Keen Mind is the new version, is one of my other favorite feats here, where it has this very simple, one of its benefits is the very simple, you can take the study action as a bonus action.
Yeah.
Well, first off, I need to unpack that,
Yeah,
because
because
that's a new action.
yeah.
So the rules glossary in this UA introduces several new actions to the game. One of those is the study action. We realized we needed to codify better how do you use your intelligence score typically, sometimes it's other scores, but usually it's intelligence,
This
to
is
figure
a
things
huge
out.
one.
This design
Knowledge
question becomes
checks.
even more pronounced for characters who've invested in proficiencies like history.
Actually, I was just thinking about this. So a thing we had in older editions was there were certain feats and different things you could do. It could actually, I mean, I don't know if we'll get there at this point, but there used to be, I forget what the hell the name of the feat was in 3.5, but essentially it was a knowledge-based feat. And if you made a certain knowledge check of a certain DC, it would actually give you bonus damage against certain creatures because you knew so much about them, you knew their weaknesses. Now, as a 4th level feat, that doesn't work, but maybe an 8th, 12th level feat, that could be something pretty cool I'd like to see.
Religion, Arcana. The study action is an answer to that design situation, where we give you guidelines on which skills to use for different areas of knowledge, and then that action pairs with things like the new Keen Mind feat, where you can take that action as a bonus action. And there's a lot of synergy in this Unearthed Arcana, and people are going to see it in the future ones, between all of the elements of the game, where we are looking at the baseline rules, classes, subclasses, feats, spells, backgrounds. How do all of these things work together, and how can we make them all sing together even better than they already did? You're also going to see in the rules glossary, and this is on my mind talking about the study action, like the influence action. We have taken our social interaction rules that previously were in the Dungeon Master's Guide and moved them into a baseline action that people can take to try to influence other creatures. We have DCs, we have guidance on how much can you influence somebody else with this, because it's not mind control, it's conversation, or it's gestures, or it's how you're emoting in other ways, and how can you influence somebody using this action. And so again, a number of the feats interact with things in this rules glossary. They give you benefits that you maybe didn't have before. There is even one 1st level feat in this UA. Originally, there weren't going to be any, but while working on this, we realized the lightly armored feat really should be 1st level. But also we made it better. That feat now gives you proficiency with light armor, medium armor, and shields. And
great.
a reason for buffing up that feat in that way is you can, if you multi-class, get all those proficiencies by taking a 1 level in certain classes. Breaking them up the way we had previously was simply too punishing. And so we've now made it so that using these playtest rules, and particularly paired with the backgrounds of the previous UA, if you're playing a character who maybe doesn't get those that armor training, rather. I called it armor proficiency, but actually in this UA we now call it armor training. You can now, with this 1st level feat, get that training with that armor. By the way, a design note, the reason why we've changed that name from armor proficiency to armor training is armor proficiency was the one proficiency in the game that didn't use your proficiency bonus.
That's not proficiency.
Exactly. And so what we're doing is we're making it so that now in the rules, if something talks about you having proficiency in something, it uses your proficiency bonus.
No, I think I'm going to make everyone who wants to put on their armor roll proficiency roll. Like, do the worst DM.
Yeah. So we've actually brought back terminology that was in the game many editions ago, just talking about your armor training.
I am a fan of Spell Sniper. I like the Spell Sniper now is not only about sniping, but just being good at using a spell at close range as well, instead of dipping into Crossbow Expert to get that kind of benefit.
We definitely have heard people loud and clear over the years about not liking the pain of having to take Crossbow Expert just for that one benefit. And so that benefit now appears in several feats. It's in Spell Sniper, it's in Sharpshooter, and it's in Crossbow Expert. So whatever your favored flavor of ranged combat here, you can get that. And you might even see that benefit again in some of our future Unearthed Arcanas, because this isn't even all of the feats. We've held back feats that are specific to some of the other class groups. So the Unearthed Arcana for warriors is particularly going to have some feats that are not represented here, as long as along with some new options for how to use weapons and have those weapons do things that they have not been able to do in the past. But that will be something we will delve into in great detail when we talk about the fighter, the barbarian, and the monk.
Is there going to be shield stuff?
You just wait and see. It's going to be exciting.
Okay, that's pretty. I don't know if you guys caught that. Let's just hear that one more time.
In great detail when we talk about the fighter, the barbarian. Particularly going to have some feats that are not represented here, as long as along with some new options for how to use weapons and have those weapons do things that they have not been able to do in the past. But that will be something we will delve into in great detail when we talk about the fighter, the barbarian, and the monk.
Is there going to be shield stuff?
You just wait and see. It's going to be exciting.
So new weapon things. So if you recall, a long time ago, there was a Unearthed Arcana that kind of failed and didn't go anywhere called, what the hell is it called? Feats for Weapons, they called them. And they had we saw some like very watered down version of those appear in Tasha's Cauldron in the Crusher, Piercer, Slasher feats. But there was like Flail Master and Spear Master and all these other kinds of feats that were really cool. And they ultimately didn't make it, but I'm hoping with the adjustment we saw the Shield Master in this Unearthed Arcana, I hope we're going to see some really cool, unique ways to use. Also, with the change of the way the light weapon property works, perhaps the reach and heavy weapon properties will have adjustments as well. I'm hoping the warrior one is next too, actually. they mentioned weapon changes on the first page. Yeah, I didn't. The only weapon change that was in this was the adjustment of the way the light weapon happens, and that the short sword is now considered a simple weapon. But yeah. If they don't do warrior next, I hope they at least do spellcasters. Yeah, they're gonna have to put spells in, right? That's the only way you're gonna be able to do it, is if you put the spells in it. If you do the spellcasters, that's why I feel like they might come last, so they can work on more of the spells in the background before we get to the actual spellcasters. Because realistically, warriors will have no spellcasting in it, right? It's fighter. And if we look at it, right, it's probably gonna be barbarian. It will likely be Berserker Barbarian, or whatever the iteration of that will be. It will likely be Monk, and it will likely be Open Hand Monk. And it will likely be Fighter, and it's either going to be Champion or Battle Master, depending on what they do with maneuvers. That's how I see that going. So no spell casting of any kind. So they can actually save all of the design and development time on spell casting to go into the following two, because we know both the priests and the mages are going to obviously be full of spell casting. So, well, they said they were only going to do one subclass. So I understand that they didn't do Beastmaster. They basically also, if you look at it, did the first one for each of the classes in the book, right? It's Lore Bard was the first one listed. They did that. Thief is the first one listed. Or no, Assassin, I guess, was the first one, wasn't it? Thief was last. Oh yeah, I guess not. That's what I think of as iconic. Also, Thief was what was always in the free playtest base rules. Ranger was the hunter. I think they still are working on obviously the Ranger still needs a little bit of work. Hunter specifically needs a little bit of work. There's the potential that the Beastmaster could come out on top here. I still always stand by. I think that the Rangers should have they should have had the Animal Companion, Beast Companion as a base class feature. That's the way it is in my Ranger fix, is that that comes as the base, and then the Beastmaster just has one that's better. I don't know. They're not going to get rid of Beastmaster. They need to have a pet class, right? There's no way they're not going to have a pet subclass that allows you to have a pet. It's just not going to happen. So yeah, folks, I'm excited, right? We watched all the things. We got a little bit of insight into this. Also, I want to point out that we have been hovering around the 1,000 to 1,300 people watching here for the past 4 hours we've been at this. Isn't the subclasses in the UA also the ones in the URD or the SRD? Yeah, they said that we'll get more in the future. So you guys have been just absolutely stellar for being here. You guys have jumped. This number hasn't ticked over from 98.4 to 98.5 yet, but it probably will relatively soon. So I'll throw it out there. Hey, if you're watching this or you've been around for a while and you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider doing so. I do my best to keep on top of the news as best as possible. I've been putting out a ton of videos on a bunch of different topics. I haven't done it yet, but I do actually have a stack of books to give away, which I will be doing a giveaway. Maybe that's what I'll do after I'm done here. I will sit down and just bang out all those giveaway videos so that I can give away a whole bunch of books. Spelljammer, and I think I have Radiant Citadel, and I have a handful of other ones as well. So yes, also we're trying to get this number up to 100K so that at PAX Unplugged, the first weekend in December of this year, we can have a celebratory party that I will likely host and things like that. So thank you again, everybody, for hanging out, watching, liking the video, driving up the engagement on the channel as a general whole. Things have just been ticking up like crazy lately, and I really do appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. So anyway, I'm going to go, though, because I haven't had lunch, and it's already the afternoon. So thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.